go back again. Begin. In the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, he separated planets from 30 million to 400 billion, pardon me, to 4 billion, 600 million miles apart. He did not make one planet after the manner or kind of the other. He did not carry any matter from one planet sphere to build another one in another sphere a billion or a million miles away. He created them of an essence that was independent of itself in the sphere where it was created at. To prove that he was all-wise, to prove that he could create and bring into being anything that he will. He would not borrow from another, but absolutely made worlds, planets, rotating into space, independent of the other. Everyone different in color, everyone different in size, everyone have different civilization on it. There is no two planets have the same civilization.
The circle on the surface of the moon, where you don't have the gravity like the earth, to get yourself back off. You see, you might find a lot of trouble there trying to shoot your rocket back off the moon. Because everything, and suppose you might have aerial plane, if you ever let that particular air there on that moon hit anything that is foreign to the moon, you might not have it very long. And you can't come out of your plane. You've got to stay encased into something to keep the oxygen of the earth into your lungs. You can't breathe outside of it. You have to walk encased in something in regular tank, feeding, air to your lungs. From this earth, you couldn't breathe the air on Venus, and it is not a dead planet, it's a live planet, it has civilization. And you couldn't breathe the atmosphere of Mars. You can't breathe the atmosphere of no other planet but this one. Yes, sir. It's the only atmosphere. You couldn't take a drink of water on Mars, and you couldn't take a drink of water on Venus. So Venus has plenty of water, and more water than the earth. But still, you can't drink that. You couldn't eat the vegetation. Yes, sir. And you don't go hunting to look for no game on those planets because you couldn't eat the game if you killed one.
Elaborate on that because nothing can really push the growth of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. His teachings is enough. Nobody else can really help it, and nobody can really destroy it. We believe that Allah, God, taught him. He's a divine sent man. His works will be accomplished. And the whites are the ones who, I would say, make our movement grow, if anybody. The injustices that black people get. Taking their politicians and throwing them out of the White House, killing their leaders, taking their athletes and champions and putting them out. This helped Russia's following and make people come to hear more about what it really is that shakes up the power structure so about Elijah Muhammad. We don't drink, we don't smoke, we don't chase white women, we're not looking to integrate, we bathe twice a day, pray 5 times a day, and we don't want to push white people out of the neighborhoods, we're not pushing them out of the restaurants, but yet we seem to be the most despised and hated, and this makes the Negro who don't belong to the NAACP, who don't belong to nothing, he's watching, wondering what is right. And he see Muslims getting all the attention, and yet they're the cleanest and the nicest. They seem to be the most disliked, and everything that we practice, everything we preach is what white folks really believe, and it's what they are doing. And this rushes people and make them movement grow, the injustices that black people get, the swimming in and fail, laying in, fail, integrating, dying in, and now everything's done failed them. So now they're ready to listen to Elijah Muhammad.
The book that I was showing Duggan was this book here. It's a UNESCO Courier. It's put out by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. And so to show you how Allah always backs up any honest effort that's put forth by a believer and follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, what I was showing him was this picture here of these statues that were found over in Egypt, Upper Egypt, of black men that were placed there or carved out of solid granite thousands of years ago. And if you notice, he didn't ever turn it toward the camera. He kept it down. Well, I started to turn it toward the camera, but I didn't. I was trying to be polite. And at that point. And but today in the Los Angeles Times on page 2, they have this same picture. You look in today's Los Angeles Sunday Times, and they have a story on page 2 about this temple over in Africa. They call it Egypt, but Egypt is in Africa. And the value of which is so tremendous, it points out how the United Nations is trying to float a loan of around $30 million to save this temple from being covered by the waters that will be brought up by this Aswan Dam that they're trying to build over there. And this thing is so shrewdly done that the average Negro will look at it and read it, and because it says Egypt, he never identifies it with him or him with it. It shows you how shrewd the white man is. But when all you have to do is look at the features of the thing, and you can see, brother, they got all the features that the white man says Negroes have. But because it is associated or connected with something of such value, archaeological and historic, anthropological value, the white man tries to steal it for himself and says, no, these are white people, these aren't black people. Now, this is the basic reason why the white man accuses the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of teaching black supremacy. Because what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is teaching you and me opens our eyes to the point where we can look back in history and see that our history was actually superior to the history of the white man. In fact, our culture was the best. And best does mean supreme. So when the white man accuses the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of teaching black supremacy, what he's doing actually is admitting that what Mr. Muhammad is doing is teaching the black man how to recognize and understand his true history. And our true history is supreme when you compare it to the history of the white man. So you get this, the Los Angeles Times today, and read page 2, and look at this for yourself. Look closely at it, and then, and if you notice, you'll also read in there where the United States is on record as being against putting out the money necessary to save this archaeological wonder. They're against it. And it tells you in the paper that they're against it. They want to let it go on and go beneath the waves. There was a time when America would be for preserving something like that. Because in those days, the black man was so dead mentally, he could look right at it and wouldn't know he was looking at himself. He looked right at it and wouldn't know he was looking at himself. But now the American white man knows that the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in this country is opening your and my ear, opening your and my mind, opening our eyes to the point where we can see. We can think for ourselves. We can weigh things for ourselves. We can analyze for ourselves. And today, when we see a black man, we know that's a black man. Whether they call him an Egyptian, a Re-Egyptian, or an Abgyptian. Don't care what they call him. All you got, if he look like you, he's the same thing as you. And this man that they have here, brothers and sisters, it has nothing but the features of a pure black man. Also, they tell me that there's an exhibition going on in Los Angeles right now somewhere about King Tut. Where is that? Some kind of museum. Where is it? Exposition. Where is it? Oh, Exposition Park. I saw King Tut's mummy tomb when I was in Egypt. And whether I don't know if they have the same one here, but if you go and see it, you'll find out that this King Tut, whose mummy or sarcophagus, whatever they call it, they have, it's as black as this board. And the white man knows this. Every picture that they have of King Tut, he's not brown. No, he is black, brother, just like this. And the black people who lived in that day had mastered science to such extent, had mastered chemistry to such extent that they could create colors that the dye hasn't faded to this day. Now, you know this. The white man got to paint his house every year. You got to paint yours, inside and out. You haven't got a piece of cloth at home that won't fade if you put it in the sun. But yet these black people back there could make dye that has retained the color, same grade, quality, right down to the day from 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. They were master chemists. And this tomb, and I guess this mummy, is gold encrusted. They had so much gold back then. In fact, those were the people who discovered gold. They knew what gold was. White man didn't know what gold was. And they encrusted their mummies with gold and beautiful colors and just laid them there. And finally, when the white man discovered them, he was shook up and wondered, how could these people back so long ago, supposed to be dumb, know so much about so much, know so much about so many things that he doesn't know about today. And usually when he projects these findings, these wonders, these relics from the past, when he projects them into this particular society now, our poor, dumb people, number one, they usually don't go and look at it. You don't find very many Negroes in museums. No, they don't. They go to the ballpark, to the ball game. They don't even go to the zoo. You seldom find Negroes in a museum or in some place where there is something that's going to teach them something. And again, I'm not knocking Negroes saying this. I'm talking to you and me. As Minister John said, there's no strangers here today. We're having a little family chat. And when you have a family chat, you can talk the faults as well as the liabilities as well as the assets. And once you pull out these liabilities, you can correct them. You can go out to any museum and you'll find white people, white women, white mothers, white parents taking their little children through the museum, showing them this and showing them that. Why, our women don't do that. And because you don't do that, you actually leave a vacuum in the mind of your child. So now I don't know what this exhibition consists of these Egyptian relics that's on display out here. But as Allah blessed me to see it when I was in Egypt at the Cairo Museum, all of these splendors that belong to that ancient civilization along the Nile that has shocked the white man are relics right out of the past of the black man. And as a rule, you don't have any white man who doesn't know this. He will only contend with you if he thinks that you don't know what you're talking about. But then when the deal goes down, if he won't admit that they're outright black, he'll say, well, they got black blood. He's hard for him to admit the full truth, but if you can get him to admit a little bit of truth, the Negro will wake up, because the only truth he accepts is truth that he has come from the lips of the white man. Can you understand this? So I take time to mention that quickly, and you read the Los Angeles Times. I'm not a press agent for the Los Angeles Times, but if it has something in it that's of value, it's good for you and me to go and pick it up and study it for ourselves. And save those kind of things. And then when you're in a discussion with one of these crackers who are trying to bring you and me down, drop it on him. Say, look, boss, what I found in your paper. This man looked just like me. He don't look like you. And that ends it. Also, the other book that you saw him looking through that he wouldn't make any comment out of whatsoever was this one. He never commented out of this one because this is also put out by the United Nations. And both of these are hard to come by. This one isn't as hard to come by as this one, but this one is called Africa's Lost Past, the startling rediscovery of a continent. And this was put together by professors who were commissioned by the nations that belong to the UN after the Africans got their independence. After the Africans got their independence, they expressed complete indignation over the misrepresentation that the African continent had received while they were under the domination of the white man. So they pressured the UN to take some of the leading scientists of this day to delve into the true history of Africa and compile a pamphlet on the lost civilizations. And so this book is a record put out by the UN, endorsed by the UN, which means it has the recognition and endorsement of all civilized, free, and independent nations on this earth. And in this book, it tells you, in a nutshell, about the Islamic civilizations that existed in Africa in the 8th century. The Islamic civilization, you know what that means? Muslim civilization. It means, please, it means that the Muslim empire, that the Muslim religion, that the Muslim culture, Muslim civilization was throughout West Africa in the area called Ghana, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, Nigeria, all down through there. Vast Muslim empire in the 8th century. You know what I mean by 8th century? In the year 700 something. Wait a minute. 8th century. Yeah, right? Yeah, 700 something. This means 800 years before America was discovered. 800 years before America was discovered. 800 years before you were kidnapped and brought here. I have to emphasize kidnapped and brought here because some of y'all think you come over here as pilgrims on the Mayflower. But 800 years before our forefathers were kidnapped and brought here, the white man admits today that the Islamic civilization, the Muslim civilization, stretched throughout Africa. And he has to admit it now. And just to read you one paragraph from this book to show you why he didn't want to go into it. And frankly, in one of our court cases in Buffalo, New York, a couple of weeks ago, the white man, because he couldn't get a Muslim to testify against Mr. Muhammad, he went to Columbia University and found a Jew professor who was supposed to have been an expert on Islam. And he paid this Jew to come as his witness for the state and try and prove that Mr. Muhammad wasn't a real Muslim, and also that there was no Islamic culture in Africa, that it's wrong to tell Negroes that we should be Muslims now because we were Muslim then, because there was no Muslim civilization in Africa. This is what this old man testified to, white man. So naturally, Allah blessed us to have this book from the UN, and he had to recognize it. Here in one paragraph it says, but the ancient capital of Ghana has another claim to distinction. It was the cradle of the Negro Islamic culture which flourished in the Sudan from the 8th century to our own day. Think of that. Bringing to fame such centers as Timbuktu and Djinn. Now, you know, brothers and sisters, you and I never heard of Timbuktu. When I was in school, they talked that Timbuktu talk. I thought Timbuktu was in California. And I went to school in Michigan. They never let us know that Timbuktu was in Africa. But here now they are saying that Timbuktu was one of the centers of learning in an Islamic civilization that existed in Africa 700 or 800 years before America was discovered. This is good. And when the man was trying to say that there was no, he also went on, but they read this paragraph, which said, in some ways, the most valuable of all the Arab sources are the first-hand reports of the two, as far as I know, the only two Arab traveler authors who made extensive journeys through the Western Sudan. And by Western Sudan in those days, they meant Africa. All of Africa was called the Sudan, because Sudan is an Arabic word that means, it's plural for black. When you say Sudan, you're talking about the land of the blacks. So here, it's speaking of these two Arabs who made journeys through the Western Sudan, which means West Africa. Ibn Battuta and Leo Africanus. Both were remarkable men. Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Battuta, notice how they call him. They didn't say Jim Jones. Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Battuta. That's the kind of name you had before you came here. Was born at Tangier in 1304. Pick up on this, 1304. America wasn't discovered until 1492. That's almost 200 years later. and spent the greater part of his life traveling through the Muslim world of his day, visiting Arabia, Asia Minor, Khorasan, India, China, and Indonesia, as well as West Africa. You notice now what he said. He traveled through the Muslim world. And all of these countries that he traveled in were parts of the Muslim world. And he said, as well as West Africa. And see, the white men have taught you and me that in Africa, West Africa, people was eating, they were cannibals, like this cracker tried to say last night on the television. Which he reached in 1352. At this time, the empire of Mali still dominated the western Sudan, and Ibn Battuta gives an extremely interesting and human account of some of its institutions. Here's what he says. Speaking in the year 1352, 100 and some years before the discovery of America. Quote, the Negroes possess some admirable qualities. Now what you have to understand is, he didn't say Negroes, because he wrote this in Arabic. And these white professors have translated what Ibn Battuta wrote in Arabic into English. And so they're saying Negroes, but wherein Battuta, when he wrote it, he didn't say Negroes, because they didn't call black people Negroes in those days. See, you have to know all this in order to really read between the lines. The Negroes, meaning us, this is before America was discovered, possess some admirable qualities. They are seldom unjust, have a greater abhorrence of injustice than any other people. Let's pick up on it. Here this man, before America is discovered, is talking about black people are different from white people. Isn't that what he said? He said black people are against injustice. Black people are more so against injustice than any other people are against injustice. Why, this follows, you know the white man is not against injustice. He wouldn't have this country if he was. And he wouldn't have you here if he was. You wouldn't be as dumb as you are if the white man was against injustice. Don't be angry when I say you wouldn't be as dumb as you are. Because when I say, I mean we, all of us, we're all in the same boat. And we're dumb. Don't say we're not. How are we going to be in this boat if we weren't dumb? You can't put a wise man in this kind of shape, and we're in bad shape. You don't get in this kind of shape being wise. You get in this kind of shape being dumb. Right or wrong? Let's see. So he says here, their sultan, meaning their ruler, shows no mercy to anyone who is guilty of the least act of injustice. Without, you see, our civilization then was so right. It was right. Didn't have nothing but justice. No crime, no stealing, no fairies running around like you got throughout the Negro community today. There is complete security in their country. Talking about the civilization where you and I live. Complete security. No robbers. No murderers. Rather, this actually is describing heaven. This is what the man is doing. He is describing a civilization that has such high morals, such a high sense of morality, that it's almost like being in heaven. Neither traveler nor inhabitant in their country has anything to fear from robbers or men of violence. They are careful to observe the hours of prayer. On Fridays, if a man does not go early to the mosque, he cannot find the corner to pray in on account of the crowd. So many people go to the mosque to pray on Friday. The man says that if you don't get there ahead of time, you can't get in. Because these people, by nature, are religious. These people, by nature, turn to Allah to give praise and to give thanks. Brother, this is being written 200 years before the white man knew that the earth was round. Another of their good qualities is their habit of wearing clean white garments on Fridays. Now you see why the slaves used to sing that song about they're going to die and put on a long white robe? Because, see, you and I found ourselves so far from home, we didn't find no hope of getting back. We thought we were going to have to die and sprout some wings and get back over there. And our concept of heaven was what? Long white robe. Why? Because we came from heaven. Heaven was home. Heaven was our home. Heaven was our homeland. Heaven was our homeland. Not a Beulah's land isn't up yonder. Beulah's land is over yonder. You're Beulah. And back home, everyone wore white. So it says, another of their good qualities is their habit of wearing white garments on Friday. You have to be clean to wear white. You got to stay clean to wear white. You just can't. That's why they don't wear no white people. They're not white conscious because they don't stay clean enough. And the average so-called Negro right now can't wear white. He wear them a red shirt, blue shirt, green shirt, every kind of shirt but a white shirt because he take a bath once a week. In order to wear a white shirt, you got to take a bath in order to put it on. Right or wrong? Right. Even if a man has nothing but an old shirt, he washes it and cleans it and wears it to the Friday service. This is not being written last year. This is being written by a scientist who explored your and my country 200 years before the white man knew that America was here. And he's describing it. And it was to such perfection that it has been handed down, and you think he was talking about the followers of Mr. Muhammad today. And he says, yet another of their qualities is their zeal for learning the Quran by heart. What was their religion? It must have been Islam. They learned the Quran by heart. And now, brothers and sisters, despite this description of your and my people, the level that we were on culturally, spiritually, intellectually, academically, politically, socially, and otherwise, 200 years before the discovery of America, oh, look at us now. What happened to us? How could it be possible for someone to function and live and exist at such a high level then and come down to such a low level today? How could it be possible for you and me to be at such a high cultural level that the scientists of that day wrote books about us and marveled at us, and many relics of our civilization served as the wonders of the ancient world? And today, everybody is looking at us in wonder, wondering how we could come from so high to so low in such a short period of time. So I take time to mention that to show you why he wouldn't go into this book. Both of these books are tough books, and it's called the UNESCO Courier, and sometimes you can write to the UN and ask them how can you subscribe to it, because there is much in these that you won't find in any other book. This is an international publication, which means it's beyond the control of the American white man. And the only time the black man in America is going to have access to some truth, it has to be truth that the white man in America has no control over. This is why it's possible to come to the mosque and get undiluted truth, naked truth, because the truth that you and I have comes from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he's out of the control of the white man. White man doesn't control what Mr. Muhammad says. White man doesn't control what Mr. Muhammad does. The white man doesn't control Mr. Muhammad's program, Mr. Muhammad's teaching. And the white man can't control Mr. Muhammad's followers. All praise is due to Allah. And he worries about that which he can't control. You would too. If you got some children at home and you can't control them, you worry about them, because you don't know what they're going to do next. White man is the same way. When you see him acting cool and calm next to a Negro, he knows everything under control. But when you see him start screaming at the top of his lungs about some Negroes, he is telling you there's something about those Negroes I can't handle anymore. And what he can't handle is he can't handle those who have been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He know when we smile, it don't go no farther than our lips. Just like when he smiled at us, his smile doesn't go any farther than the lips. And we have learned the same thing. We have smiled at him, and it doesn't go any farther than the lips. Smile at him and shake his hand. Just like he's been smiling and shaking our hand. We smile and shake his hand today and shake his head tomorrow. Why is everyone so worried about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? Why is the white man so concerned about Mr. Muhammad? What is it about Mr. Muhammad that makes him so much different from other black people? What is it about him that makes him so different, that makes them so concerned, that makes them jump when his name is mentioned, or makes them so that they don't even want to mention his name? They're not anxious to question him. You heard a man say, will he come on the program? They don't want him on the program. They want someone dumb like me on there because they know I don't have the answers. Only way I can answer is to remember what Mr. Muhammad said. Mr. Muhammad don't have to remember. He got an answer as soon as they put the question there. You see how they're trying to play you one against the other? Haven't you got a mind of your own? And then what is that? Can't you speak for yourself? That's the white man's way of building a Negro up. Well, all you got to do to knock a Negro down is tell him, haven't you got a mind of your own? And he'll run out and fight every other Negro just to prove he got a mind of his own. Oh, yes. He'll argue, dispute with every Negro he sees just to prove he got a mind of his own. Don't care how true you are. He's going to argue with you to show you, I got a mind of my own. No, don't never get that kind of way. You haven't got no mind of your own. You have never had a mind of your own. If you had a mind of your own, you wouldn't be a Negro. If you had a mind of your own, you wouldn't be here. I mean, here in America. You wouldn't be catching the hell that you're catching if you had a mind of your own. You wouldn't be wearing the white man's name if you had a mind of your own. Why, you'd know your own language if you had a mind of your own. And not only do you not know your own language, you didn't even know you ever had an own language. Right or wrong? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a normal, natural human being, the same as you and I. He was born of a woman, the same as you and I. He had a father and a mother, the same as you and I. And because he did, that makes him qualified to be a leader and a teacher of you and me. Somebody couldn't lead us who wasn't one of us. He wouldn't understand our problems. He wouldn't know what our shortcomings were. He wouldn't even know how to speak our language. But whenever God chooses someone, God always chooses a man from the midst of the people whose intention it is he intends to, who he intends to save. This old devil's language is something, isn't it? The best way to speak it is don't worry about it. When you start worrying about this white man's language, brother, you're going to be in bad shape. God always finds the people whom he intends to save and then chooses someone from their midst and fixes him, prepares him, teaches him, qualifies him. And after filling the head of that one with supreme wisdom, divine wisdom, then he uses that one to reach and teach all of the others. An example, it's like all of the electricity that's in the atmosphere, or the electricity that comes from the powerhouse. Yet the electricity doesn't come from the powerhouse right into the light. It has to go through a what? A transformer. No, it goes through a transformer. If you put all that power in that line, it would burn the lines up. But it shot into the transformer, and the transformer breaks it down and fixes it or prepares it to go into the wire. And God is the same way. God is a powerhouse, a powerful source of light, heat, energy, and wisdom. And instead of coming and appearing right in front of the people and showering them with his spiritual light, it would kill them. It would burn them up. So God always appears and takes a man and transforms him and uses him as a transformer who will break down his great, powerful energy and let him shoot it into the people. In the days of Noah, Noah was a transformer for God. In the days of Lot, Lot was a transformer for God. In the days of Moses, Moses was a transformer for God. Today, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is God's transformer. Do you understand? It is he who transforms the truth, divine truth, and makes it so plain that we fools can understand. We couldn't take it from God. Oh, don't say you could, because you couldn't. We couldn't take it from God. And God knows we couldn't take it from him. In the days of Noah, they couldn't hardly take it from Noah. How are they going to take it from God? And in the days of Lot, they couldn't hardly take it from Lot. How are they going to take it from God? And in the days of Moses, they couldn't hardly take it from Moses. How are they going to take it from God? And right now, you and I can't hardly take it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. How are you going to take it from God? So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a normal, natural human being. He differs from you and me in that God has transformed him. God has chosen him from our midst, fixed him up, cleaned him up, and prepared him, qualified him as an agent for God, or a representative for God, or a messenger for God. And today, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad acts in that capacity in the midst of the American so-called Negroes. He's a normal man. Never begin to think in spooky terms about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He's a flesh and blood man, born of a woman and had a father and a mother. No miraculous birth, no Holy Ghost, nothing like that. No spirit jumped on him and told him, go and teach your people. Nothing spooky or mysterious is in any way connected with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Everything connected with him can be understood in terms of reality. This is what makes it so beautiful. He was born in Georgia. That's real, brother. When you're born in Georgia, you know you were born. Born in the cotton fields of Georgia. Has a wife. Married man. Is a husband. Is a father of 6 sons and 2 daughters. A family man who only went to the 5th grade in school. Some people say, well, I thought he went to the 3rd grade. I used to say that he went to the 3rd grade because I thought that's all the farther he went. But one day I was in a conversation with him and he told me, I mentioned about the 3rd grade. He said he went to the 5th grade. He said, but when you go to school in Georgia, the 5th grade is the same as the 3rd grade. In fact, the 12th grade is the same as the 1st grade. Now, I'm not knocking Georgia education, but I had a couple aunts who were old maids, and both of them were teachers in Georgia. And if they were teachers in Georgia, I say that whoever they taught was in bad shape, because they were in bad shape. So he went to the 5th grade in Georgia to school, and his father was a preacher, same as most of y'all got fathers preachers. Practically every old Negro in this country, his father was a preacher. Right or wrong? Didn't know how to do nothing else but preach. My father was a preacher, and I know he didn't know what he was preaching. And if your father is one, he doesn't know what he's preaching. I had to put mine in there first so I could get at yours. Otherwise, you'd have thought I was putting you somewhere. But I've heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say that when he was a child, he always read the Bible. There was something about the Bible that attracted his attention. He always used to read it. And as he would read through it, tears would come down his face. He knew that there was something in it that needed to be understood. He said even in his dumb state, before he was awakened and enlightened with divine understanding, when he would read that book, tears, he couldn't read it without tears coming down his cheek. He didn't understand it, but he said he knew he didn't understand it. Whereas most Negroes read it and don't understand it and don't know that they don't understand it. But his lack of understanding of the book tore at his heart and brought tears down his cheek. And before his mother died, I used to spend many hours in long conversation with her. And she used to tell about when her children were young, how different the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was. She named him Elijah. And she said that he was different. He was different than all of her other sons. She had 13 children. And he was the 7th child born to her. And that 7th child of hers was always different. And she did say that one day when she herself was only 7 years old, a little girl, she had a vision that she was going to have a son that would be different and would do a great work during his lifetime. And when she grew up and had 13 children, she didn't know that this was going to happen in her family. But yet she did know that there was something about her son Elijah that made him different from all her other sons and daughters. And even right today, when you look at the family of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he has, I think it is 3 brothers living right now, all of whom are Muslims. Though he is the oldest one of his living brothers, he looks to be the youngest. He looks like a little boy sometimes. Sometimes when you look at him, he looks very old. And right while you're looking at him, he looks real young. When he's burdened, he looks old. When he has great problems, he looks old. And it seems like when he turns to Allah, that Allah lifts his burden from his shoulders, and he looks younger than you and I do. He acts younger than you and I do. He has more life, more energy, more spirit. He talks like a young man. He doesn't talk like a man 64 and 65. He don't talk that old talk. He don't wear old clothes. He dressed like a young man. He thinks like a young man. He moves like a young man. And you and I who follow him, we feel like young men. Right or wrong? All praise is due to Allah. So Mother Muhammad, her name was Marie, used to tell how this son of hers was so much different from the other children. And actually, one of the things that makes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad different, he was born with an ingrained love for his people. So you know how some of our people are. Some of our people are just automatically friendly. They're just by nature, they're sympathetic. They are by nature, they want to hear your trouble. They're interested. Then you find others, they don't even want to hear their wife's trouble. Don't want to hear their mother's trouble. Do you understand that? Well, God placed within the Honorable Elijah Muhammad an ingrained love for all of the American so-called Negroes. And his deeply ingrained love for his people made him patient with his people. He has patience with the shortcomings of the so-called Negro. And because he has patience, his love for us gives him patience with us. He's merciful toward us, which in the next sense makes him forgiving toward us. Where we condemn one another, he doesn't condemn us. Where we find fault with one another, he doesn't find fault with us. He doesn't condemn us, he condemns the white man. He doesn't find fault with us, he finds fault with the white man. What do you look like? A child has been bitten by a snake. And because that child is sick with the poison of the snake that's circulating through its system, you're going to condemn the child. Because the child can't move like those that haven't been bitten. Because the child is acting differently. You're going to condemn the victim. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, no, not so. He doesn't condemn the victim, he condemns the snake. And he says that 20 million black people in this country have been victimized by this white snake, by this blue-eyed snake, this snake that has blonde hair. All of the faults, all of the shortcomings that you see existing among the so-called Negroes in America today, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, we're not at fault, we're not responsible, but the real one who is at fault and responsible is the American white man. So his condemnation is aimed in the right direction. His condemnation gets to the cause, gets to the root, and that's the only way by which our condition can be cured. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad feels our pain. He loves our people so much, when we hurt, he hurts. This is what a leader, this is the type of characteristic a true leader has to have. This is the type of characteristic a true shepherd has to have. When a shepherd is in pain, when the flock is in pain. A shepherd is sad when the flock is sad. A shepherd is lost when the flock is lost. And this is the way the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is. This is not the way your and my leaders have been in the past. In the past, the leaders of the so-called Negro, they wanted you to be sad when they were sad. They wanted you to be in pain when they were in pain. But they were never in pain when you were in pain. Right or wrong? This is what makes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad different. He doesn't want you to feel his pain. He doesn't want you to carry his load. He doesn't want you to carry his responsibilities. He wants to carry your responsibility. He wants to carry your burden. He don't want you to relieve him of his pain, but by nature he wants to relieve the so-called Negroes of our pain. Can you understand this? This is his nature. He can't help himself. He was born this way. Our hurt is his hurt. Another thing that makes him so different, he has complete power and complete authority over all Muslims who follow him. Yet he's our brother. There's not a black man in America who's in a position of leadership who exercises the power and authority, unilateral power and authority over his followers that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad does. And at the same time, you don't have a black man who can act as humble around his followers as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad does. He is the most humble one of all of us. He doesn't act as a lord over us, but he acts as a servant unto all of us. Am I right or wrong? Why, you can't deny it. He doesn't come saying, I'm the boss. He comes acting the part of a servant. This is why his followers love him. This is why his followers follow him. This is why his followers will die for him. All the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got to do is raise his hand. We'll lay down our lives. Not only will we lay down ours, we'll take yours. By yours, I don't mean yours. I mean whoever gets bad. So I don't mean yours because you got too much sense to get bad. Right or wrong. You don't have no reason getting bad with us. You and I are the same. What you look like getting bad with us? No, you need to get bad with the man who's been getting bad with you. Why, you look out of your mind getting bad with us and haven't yet gotten bad with the man. No, if you were bad, get bad with the man. And if you've already gotten bad with him, then you might be within your rights coming around here getting bad with us. Right or wrong? All praise is due to Allah. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is our brother. He's our servant. And at the same time, he's our leader. He's our teacher. He's our guide. He's all of these things to us. He's the pattern. He's the example after which we pattern ourselves. All of our good behavior, the good behavior that you see displayed by Muslims, comes from our patterning ourselves after the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Our faults, the faults that you see us display comes from our patterning ourselves after the white man. Can you see the difference? You can spot a Negro who believes in the white man. He acts just like the white man. Talk like him. Think like him. Walk like him. Feels like him. When the white man is hot, he's hot. When the white man is sad, he's sad. When the white man is glad, he's glad. But a Muslim who follows the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the white man is glad, I'm sad. White man is sad, I'm glad. All I need to know is in order to determine how I'm going to be, how is he? And whatever he is, I'm the opposite. The love that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has for us is what gives him patience with us. Like Moses. Moses loved his people. Do you know, couldn't nobody put up with those old hard-headed Hebrews like Moses did unless he sure enough loved them. Moses loved the Hebrews more than God did. At one time, I shouldn't say that, but I'll tell you what I mean. Because I don't know how much God loved them. That's why I qualify that thing real quick. All praise is due to Allah. See, I don't want to make no mistakes. Not with God. I make them with the white man, but I don't want to make them with God. If you notice, the Hebrews were so hard-headed, so stiff-necked, so poisoned, until after God had proved that he was God by smiting Pharaoh, the slave master, with all kinds of plagues, after that same God had proven his power by leading them through the Red Sea, enabling them to escape the clutches of Pharaoh, the slave master, and further proved his power by drowning the slave master, and then further proved his power by feeding them in the wilderness where there was no food. He made what they call some manna come down out the sky. give him a drink of water by helping Moses just hit the rock and make the water come out. He proved that he was God all the way along the line. And then when he got arrived to the promised land, told him, okay, there she is, go take it, they rebelled against him. Now, you know, those were some tough people. They were about the same as this American so-called negro. After displaying all this power, still they challenged God. When God said, there's the promised land, go take it. That's all you got to do, go and walk in. They said, no, there's some giants over there. Imagine here God had knocked down the giant, Pharaoh, had knocked down the Red Sea, had knocked down the rock, had knocked down everything that's got in his path. And then when they got right to the promised land, those hard-headed, hard-hearted, stiff-necked, so-called Hebrews, began to argue with Moses, began to argue with their leader, with their teacher. Say, you don't know what you're talking about. What you mean, go over there? That's too much. There's some giants over there. So God said to Moses, get out the way. I'm going to wipe these people out. Isn't that what he said? Get on back out. I'm going to wipe them out. They don't want to do what you say after all this power you done displayed. And they had never seen God, you know. All they saw was Moses. God was making Moses. God was making Moses God. He made Moses a God in front of them. So he didn't come on the scene and get the credit. Moses was the one that smote the rock. Moses didn't have to smote the rock. God could have made the water come out whether Moses smote it or not. But God was proving to them that this was the man he wanted them to follow. So he said, smite the rock, Moses, and the water going to come out. Do you understand this? So finally when Moses had showed them that he was with God and God was with him, even though they couldn't see God, and they still rebelled, God told Moses, get on out the way. I'm going to wipe these people out. They're not worth me wasting my time with. I done brought them all through hell. Showed that I got more power than the slave master. Got more power than the Red Sea. Got more power than the rock. And they still going to rebel. Step aside, Moses. We brought them far enough. Moses turned to God and said, please, don't destroy these people. Think of that. Here's Moses disputing with God over some worthless people. Here's Moses contending with God over some worthless people. People that weren't worth 2 cents. They was just about like you and me. Moses acted as a lawyer for his people in front of the judge. Moses told God, I know they're not worth saving, but they got your name. If you won't save them for their sake, save them for your name's sake. It has been rumored that you are with them. So everybody is saying that you're with these people. Everybody is saying that you have appeared in their midst. Now, if you lead them to rot or to die, they'll say, here was the God couldn't deliver his people. Deliver them for your name's sake. We know they're not worth 2 cents, but save your name. You've already put your name on them. You've already said they're yours. Now you're going to turn them loose? People will say you didn't have the power to finish what you come here for. That's Moses talking to God. You and I couldn't talk to God like that. But Moses could talk to God. Moses was tight with God. Moses and God were just like the same. God had chosen Moses as his spokesman and had put a heavy responsibility on him. And it was what you call incumbent. What's a shorter word? He was obligated. I know you don't know nothing about no incumbent, do you? He was duty bound to back Moses up, to support Moses, right or wrong. So Moses told him, if you don't want to save them because of their worth, save them for your name. But God was wise. Show you how wise he was. He knew Moses had him. But see, he was all wise. So he told Moses, "You right. I'll save them for my name's sake. But not these. I'll make them wander in the wilderness. They'll still keep my name, but they have worked my patience to its end. I'll send them back into the wilderness and let them rot 40 years wondering. Then they're little children who still have my name. I'll take them and give them the promised land." That's something to think about, isn't it? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is just like Moses. He was born in Georgia. When you're born in Georgia, you're born in double bondage. Just as Moses loved his people so much that he would act in their defense despite their shortcomings, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad acts in defense of the so-called Negro despite our shortcomings. He forgives us our faults because he knows before God cleaned him up, he had faults. He knows he had weaknesses. He knows he had shortcomings. And because he had all these things himself, he understands ours. And the book did. God told Moses that in the last day, when our people would be in this condition, and we in bad shape, he told Moses, "I will raise them up, one from the midst of them, just like thee. And he'll do for them as you have done for your people." And you and I cannot deny that our condition in America is the same as the condition that Moses found his people in the land of Egypt. And we need a man like Moses. We need somebody who can do for us what Moses did for his people. And somebody who will have as much patience with us as Moses had for his people. Somebody who will be as forgiving with us as Moses was forgiving with his people. And that man God has placed in our midst, or raised from our midst, in the person of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He's a Moses to us. He's a Lot to us. He's a Noah to us. He's a Daniel to us. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad left Georgia with his family and moved to Detroit. And back in those days, in 1930 and 29, and the country was in bad shape. And Detroit was in worse shape. There was a depression. Negroes were jobless, on the welfare. There was a great deal of dissatisfaction and disillusionment. And it was at that time, in that year, in that atmosphere, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad first began to listen to the teachings of a man whom he then knew as Mr. Farad. Mr. Farad. Mr. Farad was a little, short, 5'6", 130-pound black man with oily black hair, light brown skin, who appeared in Detroit going from door to door in the Negro neighborhood, selling silks, selling goods from the East. And as he would enter the homes of our people in Detroit, he would tell them, "I'm your brother from the East. These silks that I have are the kind of silks your people wear back home." That shook our people up because they didn't know they came from back home. They thought they were from down home. He used to tell them about the glorious culture in the East that our people had. And as he would talk to our people, he got the ear of many of them. They used to convene in different ones' homes, in the home of different ones, in order to discuss what Master Farad was teaching. First they knew him as Mr. Farad. And as they began to listen to his teaching, they called him Master Farad. Because he taught like no other man ever taught. The interest of the so-called Negroes in Detroit in what Master Farad was teaching began to increase. Their numbers began to increase. There were too many of them to come into a home. So they rented a hall. They got together and took up a collection and rented a hall. And the crowd outgrew the hall. They had to get a larger hall. And there were so many thousands of people wanting to hear what Master Farad was teaching. They couldn't all get in at one time. This was back in 1930, 31, 32, and 33. So he used to teach in shifts. There'd be crowds outside trying to get in. Nothing inside but black people. They didn't let nobody come in but black. No white folks allowed. That was the first law, first rule, first practice. He told them, I'm your brother from the east. My name is, well, so the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that they taught in shifts, that Master Farad would let a packed auditorium come in and teach them for an hour or so, and then put them all out and let another crowd come in. Sometimes he would teach for 24 hours. They never saw him sleepy. They never saw him tired. They never saw him stop. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says that he was with him for 3.5 years and never saw him close his eyes to go to sleep one time. That didn't mean he didn't sleep, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was with him the most, said that he never saw him go to sleep. Said that one night, they were in a hotel together, and he wondered, did this man ever go to sleep? So he went and was supposed to have gone into the room to sleep. And that is, Mr. Muhammad said he went to go to sleep, and he wondered, was Master Farad sleep? So he got down to the keyhole. I heard him say he got down to the keyhole and looked at him, looked in there to see, and Master Farad was standing in front of a dresser, a looking glass, a mirror, looking in the mirror, and it looked like he was looking at the keyhole, looking at him. He was a wise man. What message was it he taught that made so many of our people come in throngs to hear him? He taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the American so-called Negroes are the people who are symbolically described in the Bible as lost sheep. He taught thousands of black people in Detroit that the Negro in America is the one that the Bible is talking about as the lost sheep. That the Negro in America is the one that the Bible is talking about as the lost tribes. That the Negro in America is the one that the Bible is talking about as the lost people of God. This was his message. And he said, I am your brother from the east. Your long lost brother from the east. I have come to open your eyes and tell you these things. They say he knew more about the Bible than any man that they had ever listened to. He sounded like he wrote the Bible. He used to talk about the history of Moses and the history of another scientist or prophet named Yaqub and the history of Jesus. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says that as Master Farad would talk to them about these biblical characters, he wasn't talking like he was repeating what he had heard somewhere else, but he talked like he was right there with Moses. He talked like a man who was on the scene with Moses. He talked like a man who was on the scene with Jesus. He talked like a man who was on the scene with Daniel and with Abraham. He didn't talk like he was saying something that he heard someone else say, but he talked like someone who was on the scene and had witnessed the lives of these men himself. And he said that the Negro in America was the lost sheep, the lost tribe, or the lost people of God. And that you and I originally belonged to the religion of Islam. He said that Islam was the natural religion of man. That Islam was the name of God's real religion. And that the nation of Islam was the nation to which the black people originally belonged. And he said that the so-called Negroes in America had been lost from their own people for 400 years. And because they had been lost from their own people for 400 years was the reason why they were referred to as the lost sheep or the lost tribe or the lost people of God. But he also taught that his coming the coming of Master Farad was for the purpose of finding the so-called Negro, and that he had found them. And he says that these were the people who were lost, but thanks to his coming, they were now found. So he said that we were rightfully described as the lost, found nation of Islam. We had been lost from the nation of Islam for 400 years, but upon the coming of Master Farad from the east, we had been found. Do you understand that? He said that we are the lost, found nation of Islam in the wilderness of North America. Why? You say, how you can call America a wilderness? A wilderness is a place where people are wild. Everything is wild. Wild animals there. Wild people there. In the wilderness, the people are savage and the animals are beasts. Now, he said that a savage is a person who has lost the knowledge of himself and living a beast life. A beast is something inhuman. He said the white man is a beast. Oh, this is what he said. And he used this particular adjective or animal or description to describe the white man. He said, in America, the white man is a beast. And our poor people in America, the so-called Negroes, have been lost from the knowledge of ourselves for the past 400 years. And because we have no knowledge of ourselves and our own kind, he said, we've been living a beast life. We've been living like this beast right here. We act like this beast. We think like this beast. We pray the same kind of prayer the beast prays. And we worship the same kind of God that the beast worships. Can you understand that? He said America is a wilderness that is populated by beasts and savages. The white man is a beast and the poor black man is a savage. And he says that all praise is due to him. He also taught our people in that day that the truth about heaven and hell. Up to that time, the preacher in the church, the poor, ignorant preacher, he was ignorant. Think how the preachers used to preach back in 1930. Do you all remember how the preachers preached in 1930? You don't have to put your age in the street, but you remember how they preached. They were ignorant, weren't they? They taught us that hell was someplace down in the ground. Imagine this. Just picture this. It's hard for you to believe it, isn't it? It's hard for you to believe that someone would be dumb enough back there to think that there was a hell in the ground with fire and a devil going to juke you with a fork when you go. You can't picture someone being dumb enough to believe like that, can you? Yes, you can. You believe this yourself. But this is the kind of picture that the preacher gave us of hell. A place that we would die and go to. And somebody with horns and a fork would jug us for the rest of our life after we was dead. Pick up on that. For the rest of our life after we were dead. Why, it don't even make sense. But we believed it. The fires never went out. And you and I had to tend the fire. We'd be shoveling coal all the time. And here the devil jugging us. Shovel some more. Brother, how ignorant can you get? But this is the picture we had, and this is what we believed in. Then the same old dumb preacher taught us that heaven was the opposite. It was up in the sky. You know what he said? Hell is down there, and heaven is up there. Nothing here now. Everything is there. Down there and up there. Heaven, he said, was when you die and go up there. You wear long white robes and slippers, golden slippers, and a golden crown. What else? Yeah, milk and honey. I know you know what he said. And this concept that the preacher had given had the minds of our people in bad shape. But Master Farad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and thousands of black people in Detroit that ain't no hell up yonder, and no heaven up yonder, and no hell down yonder. There's no heaven up there, and no hell down there. Why, those black people were shook up. Oh, yes, they were shook up, because they had paid a price. All their lifetime, they had suffered to keep them suffering. Oh, yeah. They had suffered at the hands of the white man and took it without fighting back, just so they could keep them having to suffer at the hands of the devil after they died. They had gone without everything. No clothes, no house, no nothing, no gold, no honey, no milk, no nothing, just so they could get some up yonder after they died. And when they found out that they had gone through all this for so long for nothing, I say they were shook up. Yeah, just like some of y'all shook up right now. Tell the truth. Some of y'all still believe that thing yesterday. In fact, some of y'all just come from church. Just a few moments ago, you was trying to make it in. Yeah. I heard you. I'm going to. You just a little while ago talking about yonder, over yonder, but up yonder. Your head is still in bad shape. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Master Farad taught our people, taught him, that heaven is a condition and hell is a condition. Right here. He said when you poor, that's hell. When you're hungry, that's hell. When you're dumb, that's hell. You know.
Well, the incarnate soul is coming in here now. These star children, they're not walk-ins, these crystals, they come from many planets. Andromeda, a couple come from Arcturus, I think is where I'm from. A lot of places. And they've actually incarnated here to help this ascension come on. And these Dracons don't want to leave. Now make some predictions, and remember you heard it here, this was long before. When you start looking, in fact, the most heinous time on this planet is November 1st. If you ever do pray, if you ever do meditating, on November 1st, do it. And that's the day after All Hallows Eve. Why in the world people celebrate Halloween, I have no idea. You walk outside, it's Halloween. Any big city, it is Halloween. Every time you turn around, it's Halloween. And it's honoring evil. And it's the dead, the Feast of Samhain. On November 1st, they slaughter children. Did you hear me? November 1st, midnight and on. And when you start looking around August and so, you see children disappearing. Always watch your children around that time, because they will take them or they encrypt them so that the children will even turn themselves in. What I'm saying to you sounds so fantastic, but if you will look at the fantastic things that are happening, you must know there must be a reason. And that reason is one that most people skirt. I don't skirt it. I talk about it. The hope is that if we talk about it, and we can understand the whys and wherefores, we will aid our universal creator in making this planet free. Our planet is going from kindergarten to graduate school. We're in the process now of getting heavy into the fourth dimension. So you're going to start seeing things out of the corners of your eyes. You're going to begin to visualize. You're going to begin to feel restless and so on like this, because the energy fields are changing. And if you change with those energy fields, and this is what you're supposed to do, you become more psychic, you become more perceptive, your mind and things you'll be able to move. In fact, the children now that were born over the last, I'd say, since about 1989, 90, they can move objects now. Animals always come around them. They can summon. They're doing things. So this is why they take them and give them all these vaccines to slow them down. And if you take your child, I'm sorry, if I anger you, get angry with me, release something. You take your child to get a shot, you ought to be shot yourself. Just that simple. You haven't learned yet that these chips are nothing. They put chips in there, voices in the head. If you've ever heard any of my teleconferences, I interviewed 2,500 people in Tampa, Florida, that have all been TI'd, technically invaded. These guys that did the shooting, they were part of that group. They were going crazy, voices in their head. And those chips are what they put that in there again. You walk into CVS, you walk into Walmart, you walk into Walgreens, they'll give you 26% of whatever you buy if you take a vaccine first. Because it's ugly? Because it's just so wonderful again? The flu. How do they know from season to season what you need a shot for, what kind of flu it is? Now they're talking about MERS, okay? Middle Eastern scurvy or something on this thing, MERS. MERS is nothing to do. It's got to do with alien tissues that they put in you, and the tissue starts going out of you like little weeds and stuff coming out of your body. They experiment with you. They always have, but they always will not because their time is growing short. So if you can understand the driving force behind the headlines, then when you hear the headlines, it's not so shocking. There is an alien force that controls the Illuminati, and the Illuminati controls your banking, your government. You still think you vote? You really think you vote, huh? From hanging chads, but at least you do, you attempted to vote, and they're hanging you now by your neck. In a computer, anybody's in a computer. The last person with that computer wins. Did you just hear me? Yeah. Electronic voting, there's no way to control it. If you do electronically vote, you can get any tabulation you want. How many people here use computers at all? Any kind of text and stuff? Tell me about it. Who gets the computer last? That's the program. That's what runs it. They tabulate these votes. But you see, as we're going in now, our planet is taking in more and more and more energy. I'm giving you the punchlines first so you won't say we didn't have time. I'll start off with the heavy stuff. We can work back to the light stuff. So I want to get into this hockey game. I want to get into all this stuff too. But let's start with the heavy stuff first. Our planet has gone through so daggone much. And one of the old names for Earth is terrestrials. Now, what we don't understand, they say there are 7 billion people on Earth. That's not the way to say that. Let's just say that there's 7 billion people, if their tabulation is right, on the surface of Earth. Earth has been called terrestrials. There is what they call interterrestrials, terrestrials, and extraterrestrials. Interterrestrials is what you don't know anything about. Those are the people that live inside the Earth. There's more people living inside the Earth than on the Earth. That you don't even understand. On the Earth, we don't get along. Red, white, yellow, brown. Which one am I leaving? Red, white, yellow, brown, and black. Okay? Those are the races. Red. And we are always fighting each other. Can't get along one thing or another. But then you have extraterrestrials. There are the people called Irish, South Americans and Celtics. The Irish just had a big holiday a couple of weeks ago, right? And they honored what? St. Patrick's Day, St. Patty. By the way, to tell somebody telling that St. Patty was a Briton. He was not Irish, he was a Briton. Okay? That's another thing they don't understand. But what they do remember is the legend Darmain about the goat. They talk about leprechauns, they talk about fairies, they talk about gnomes, they talk about trolls. All this thing was brought in when they left Ireland because this is where a lot of these Dracons lived at that time. Now they understand the extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrials live in the sky. They're fairies. They're gnomes. They're what do they call this other thing? This L word.
Leprechauns.
Elves and leprechauns. There you go. These are the ones that live in the sky. They are fairies. They help with the growth of things. They help with this and that. They used to know how to summon them and call them. So this is why I see all this is in what was called magic. Real magic is with a J. Okay? False magic is with a G. It was a summoning. If you remember now, the reason why they've given Haiti so much hell is because it was Toussaint Louverture, Jacques de Celanese, Henry Christophe that summoned the Tugaluski and killed 50,000 of whose troops? Whose troops? What was the guy's name? Had the withered arms?
Napoleon.
That's right. 50,000. They never forgave him for that because they was trying to fight a ghoulish army, a Tugaluski. They raised and summoned them and they attacked them. That's where you use your magic, but you have to understand where they are, who they are, how to summon them, and what are you going to price to pay. All that was taken away for what they call unfortunate magic. Now they call it voodoo. There's no such thing as voodoo, it's Valda. And you son mumbo the gods and stuff. This is where the ancestors used to summon, and this is what we have lost. This is an army that used to fight the army. Now it is, the whole planet is being ruled by a race of creatures that have got to go. They'll be leaving in mass, starting about November or so. Watch, you're going to see UFO. You're going to see also about orange, red, and so fireballs. And they're up and down the coast. I'll explain what that is. You're also going to see masses of UFOs leaving here in November, December. You're not going to see some. You're going to look in the sky and say, what in the world was that? Most of them right now are invisible. But as we get deeper into the density, it become more visible. Next year, around May and so, that's when they're going to have to leave in mass. And those people are going to start fainting. When they see all these ships leaving this planet, they won't know whether they're coming or going, but they'll be leaving. They've got to go. And the reasons why they've got to go is because our sun is putting out coronal mass ejections. But our sun right now is putting out what they call these sunspots.
Yes.
The sunspots form on the side that we don't see, and they come around to the front. After they get around to the front, they discharge. And this is what they call coronal mass ejections. They're telling you now that the sunspots are at a very high low. I don't know who's been drinking what sake, or who's been doing what. There's nothing low about that sun. That sun is putting out energy that you wouldn't believe. In fact, in the 1800s, and say 1905, they tell you if some of those coronal mass ejections would hit, we'd all be fried to a crisp. Yep. We'd all be dead. Why are we dead? Because our vibrations are raising. Because we're more energetic. We're getting to a whole cycle now. So what used to be killing, now you can absorb. And the more you can open up your pineal gland, the more you can take in the things that you take this, the stronger your body can become. And this is where melanin comes in. This is where this hatred of melanin. It is not a hatred of melanin, it's an envy of melanin. Because melanin is dark matter. When I was in school, they told me that I was part of the Milky Way galaxy. I've been so long, I've been to so many schools and stuff way back when. Now they're telling me that we're going into the Milky Way galaxy. Have we been in it, or are we going into it? And if we weren't going into it, then they told me some more lies. They told me so many lies, I guess that's just one of the many I can count that they told me then. But to get there, we're going to have a different sun. That sun has been called Wormwood, Nibiru, all kind of misnomers. One is a planet that orbits the sun, and the other is the sun itself. People have gotten all confused with this one. It is already here. It is 7 times bigger than you are, or bigger than our planet is. We said, why do we see it? Because it's on the 5th dimension. We have got to work up to have that as our planet. This is why they tell you there's nothing new under the sun. You're going to have a different sun to now enter into it. So our planet has got to change vibration. So that now, when it happens, people are going to really get awe-stricken because it's 7 times larger than our planet is. But by that time, our planet will also be expanding. Our planet will be on a different vibration. And riding through now is a weeding out process. Some of you will die. I will maybe die. But death is not possible for a soul. The soul cannot die. The soul transforms. Now, if you're soulless, and now you're hearing about Buffy the Vampire Slayer and all that stuff that don't have souls, yes, if you don't have a soul and you get zapped, you cease to exist. A soul, you just come out of the body and say, well, we try it again. It's just that simple. Souls can't die. This is why, again, many of you have incarnated more times than you can even remember. You have racial memories. Most of us in here, I'm saying some stuff I know is hard to digest, but what's new? Most of us in here have incarnated so many times we forgot about it. We don't even know. And here's another thing. On this planet, remember I isolated, I didn't say on all planets. On this planet, you can be born into any race you see around here. Again. Now that really upsets people. When I can say that you're black, you might have been white. If you're white, you might have been yellow. If you're yellow, you might have been brown. If you're brown, you might have been whatever, red. Because you're, whatever you hate or love, you give energy to. And that's when you're drawn to it. If you hate something, now you got to find out why you hate it. You got to become what you think you hate. Now you can see it from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? Thoughts are things. And whatever you hold in your thoughts, you draw towards you. It's magnetism. It's magnetism. It's going to draw you there. If you hate something on this planet, okay, let's see how you like to hate. Let's see what it's about that you don't like. This is a very thing. You can't tell people this, but if you start thinking, you get hypnosis, you'll find out you know other languages. A lot of geniuses are being born now. They're not geniuses. They're coming back with racial memory because they're retaining soul consciousness. You got these women, these girls now, 12 years old, singing like a woman 32. Yeah. Coming back with talents. They say they're geniuses. They're not geniuses. We're supposed to carry over and bring over what talents we had. But we've had so many bad things, we chose to forget them. And sometimes the forgetfulness is to let you, because otherwise, if you knew some of the things you've done, you wouldn't like yourself. If you know some of the things you thought about doing, you wouldn't like yourself. And so therefore it gives you a chance to clean up your act so that you can go into higher dimensions. And since our planet is going to the fifth dimension, you're going to have to become fifth dimensional. On fifth dimension, they don't lie. Right there at half of, I'm sorry, some of you, you might not even be able to make it at all, huh? You can't lie in the fifth dimension. On the fifth dimension, they read thoughts. The languages got confused here because they gave you languages to confuse you. If a person is thinking, it doesn't matter what the language. You read the thoughts. That's what aliens do. They read your thoughts. The computers sense your thoughts. So you can't lie. I can lie out my mouth, but well, I'm not looking at your mouth. I'm hearing what you think. You don't like me, why lie about it? You see what I'm saying? This is what we don't understand. So all of this change is happening about, and it's happening so fast, many people, all they can do, they just feel there's a tension here, there's something going on, because it's a speeding up of vibrational rates. When you have melanin, it's an easy adapter to higher frequencies. Melanin is green. It is not black. It is dark green. Melanin is photosynthetic, just like plants are photosynthetic. Think of a tree that has its roots in the ground for its mineral anchor. Then it has limbs, it has branches and twigs, and then it has what? Leaves. The leaves will be soon blooming here. The leaves are photosynthetic. They take energy from the sun, convert it into chlorophyll, and they live. You take energy from the sun, if you have melanin, convert it into melanin, and now you live. And melanin is one of the most priceless things you can have because it allows that deep green photosynthetic ability. So now you go out there 22 minutes a day. At night you produce serotonin. Now you can sleep better. You don't have any trouble falling asleep if you have melanin. And by the way too, every time you buy something with melanin in it that is natural, you're eating somebody.
Ew.
You didn't hear that, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Every time you get something with melanin in it, you're eating somebody. Pepsi-Cola is full of dried-up babies. Coca-Cola is full of cocaine. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Thank you. They don't lie about it because they food-fed you so long. Now people would rather drink Coke than drink water. Then they wonder why they're evil and things are happening to them. These are the things. We are a cattle. We are kept. They raise us, they slaughter us, they limb us. And now you've got to understand it's time to awaken. Now all these things I'm saying, some of you heard before, some of you have never heard all of them put together before. And it's not a matter of finding your truth. There's no truth. To you decide what truth is. The truth is what comes from with you. Once you begin to come with you and you understand the truth, then you seek others who share that truth, and now you're happy. But truth must come from within. I'm not here to give you truth. I'm here to give you facts. The truth will only come if what you can verify some of the things I'm saying. And I always say this, I don't mean to be a liar. And in fact, I paid too hard a penalty to lie. If I tell a lie, it's because I didn't know it was. Bring me the facts, I'll straighten it out. Most of the time, I'm right, because the facts have already been proven, because I'm always being tested. I've been on so many shows, by the way, too. Most of you have learned from me by being on YouTube. YouTube steals from me. There's not one YouTube presence there that gives me a penny. Here, old elder fool, here's $1 for letting me steal from you. You support them, you're hurting me, because I'm not getting a penny of it. So every time a person says, I went on YouTube and I saw you, I say, okay, here we go. Please next time go to my website. They stole from me. They won't send me a penny. There's 12,000 hits on one guy named V-Magic. I got plans for him. V-Magic. And that particular guy there has sold more tapes than I've made. I go to his site to put my stuff back. I'm serious. So don't tell me about you going to YouTube. Now what has happened, I asked the Creator to give me a way out of this. I said, why let him steal? Creator said this to me. I do a lot because I believe I'm spiritual. I ain't religious at all. I'm spiritual. I said, why am I going through this? He said, well, you know what he or she, I don't, you know, the thoughts come through this way again. So I'm saying that this is this. The things that I say up there, I even say, why did I really say that? Did I learn that? My God, I must have been high. Well, I don't smoke, and I don't drink, and I don't get high. I get high in consciousness again. So what has happened was, he told me that no matter where the thoughts come from, people will take that and they can use this. It will help them to understand. And some of them will then come to your website. Well, that's happening more now than it ever has in my life. Some of them are coming to my website. So that's my payback. But it's not because they honor me so much. All they do is steal from me. So I want you to understand that. YouTube does not support me. In moving past all of that, I want to give some more bottom lines and then again. There are areas in the earth, in fact, there's said to be 6 levels inside of our planet. 6 different levels, okay? Then there's supposed to be the 5 cities of gold. People often wonder why gold is so revered. 5 cities of gold, okay? They're called the areas of Shambhala, okay? And Agartha, all right? These are areas down there, and that's one of the major cities. I'm not allowed to go to talk about the other 4 major cities there again, but they're all inside the earth. The earth is hollow. The earth is not a solid, and it's not full of magma about to explode in a volcanic eruption. There are 6 layers, and 3 of those layers come in underneath the ocean, so they even start where the ocean bottom is. And these layers there, people can live in these areas. That's where you get about hobbits. They tell you, Hollywood, of course, is where the druids and stuff run. Hollywood makes movies because they're controlling your mind and influencing your mind. Hollywood, of course, the holly is what they use in witchcraft, and wisdoms, and the wickets. This is why Hollywood knows what's happening. They control your mind. Because they're controlled by the Illuminati who run for the Dracons. So these movies are coming out and they give me just a little bit. How many of you saw the movie Eyes Wide Shut? How many saw the Star Wars sequence? The revolt of the drones and so on and so forth. They told you about the drones before the drones came about. I told, and remember, on my line, I told people last December 21st. Was it last December 21st before that, when everybody was worried about the Mayan calendar. If you go back when I was doing something with Dr. Jewel Pookum and all, I told you, don't even worry about the 21st. The 21st isn't even the year you think it is. I'm worried about, don't worry about that. Don't worry about nothing. Start getting yourself together. Because there's going to be a time, if you're not together, you're going to wish you had been together. That had nothing to do, that was a deception. Just like right now, David, what's his name? Starling? Is a deception. Most of those guys, those billionaires are prejudiced. Most of those billionaires say many racial things. Why do you think they picked him up? You know they killed his son? See, it's a lot you don't understand here yet, folks. There's so much going on. Whatever they throw before you over and over again, start looking behind. Because that means they're making you look at something that is worth nothing, while something that is worth something that sneak right by you. That diverts you and you fall for it each and every time. Each and every time. You should learn by now. You should have learned by now. And if not, I'm going to teach you by now, hope you listen by now, and hope we both can profit by now. Because truth is a hard thing to come by. Like I say, everything I'm saying could be deception. It's not because I think it is, but I'm saying if I give you enough facts, provable things, you can begin to disseminate and understand and begin to understand exactly where I'm coming from and what may be said on that. Before I get light, there's another heavy thing I want to talk about. People are talking about many kind of people from the Pleiades. They talk about people from they call it Polarians and stuff like this. And Sanjazi was said to be the one that contacted Billy Meyer. Sanjazi was a captain, a female captain of one of the Polarian ships. And she contacted a guy from Sweden named Billy Meyer. And she began to disseminate him. He was a reincarnate too. The governors tried to kill him each time these extraterrestrials, and so saved his life again. But they don't understand Billy Meyer. And Billy Meyer is just one of many people who gets chosen for a task because the souls are good, to honor people and to let people know that there are such a thing as people living on other planets. And in fact, as I say, we're on our way to the center. By the way, too, I'm going back to Billy Meyer. The center of the Milky Way galaxy where we're going is 75% dark matter. They call it an Oort cloud, O-O-R-T cloud. 75% of that is dark matter, which means that 75% of Milky Way galaxy has the original spice of life. It was not let there be light. It is there is darkness, and from the darkness let there be light. Dark matter is all over the universe, all over the cosmos. And things grow from the darkness, not come into the darkness and get lost like black holes and stuff. It's just reversed. Things come from dark matter. And now this dark matter is beginning to permeate our planet itself. Anyway, I have something I want to share with you quickly.
I need PowerPoints, and I need somebody to make me up some PowerPoints, but until they do, I do the best I can. This looks like a galaxy, just trillions of stars, so many stars you can't count. And if each star is a sun, then you got at least planets around it. Can you imagine what must be out here in outer space? Can you imagine what the Creator is doing
for this kind of thing per se? I want to share a couple other things there. Thank you there, young lady. Where can I find this stuff here? Here's a picture of a UFO, okay? This UFO is what we call a spaceship. A very small picture, okay? Here's another picture of a UFO. It's what they call a spaceship. Here's a closer picture of a UFO. So now, in fact, you have to say it's really a IFO, an identified flying object. Another one. Now I'm going to get to show you some goodies. Here's one showing the terrain beneath it. That's the easiest way to identify something that's a model and something that's not. Here's a blow-up of the one with an inset there. Let's start this side and go the other way. Now these happen to be Polarian ships. These are the ones that contacted Billy Meyer. Another one. Here's a close-up of one of their time ships. This is something that they had a long time developed. They're very proud of this particular ship because now it can jump time. I think these are very clear. The thing is, are they fake or not? When you see terrain beneath it, then you have to begin to say maybe it's not fake. Now, here's one that's kind of hard to see, but there's a hillside view, and then there's and I want to see another, there's one where I had a Mirage jet. Where was this thing? It was chasing one of them. Is that it? Yeah, that's it there. Yeah, here's one where they had a French Mirage jet that was trying to chase this thing. It was close to it, and it jumped time, and it appeared there, but you can still see in the background there, this Mirage jet, and this is a blow-up of it on the other side. I have a movie of this one too. I had some floods in all of my place, and I haven't been able to find it since the floods came on. That's really something to see. Here's 3 of them again, and they're kind of going around. On the movie, you can see them going around, but there's 3 of them here that are going by, taking through some twigs and trees. So what I'm showing you is that they did contact him. This is Jazi is the female that was the captain and the leader of this particular ship. Here's one showing you coming around a bank. It's a flat forest, and you can see it again in this one. It's kind of a pretty picture to see. But see, this is where you can begin to look and see if there's any other things that you can weigh it against or get its size against or something like that. Coming into a metal there. Most of the goodies.
Dr. Blair, you want some water?
No, thank you. The Palladian connection to Egypt. As I say, UFOs built the pyramids, folks. They were an alien race that built the pyramid, and extraterrestrial race that built the pyramid. There's a whole different thing there. Don't tell some Flanders Petrie about that, though. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that very much. There are pyramids on every planet that is part of what is called the Space Galactic Confederation. Because pyramids are time, help you to jump time. If you want to make something on Earth that uses power, shape it in the form of a pyramid. Russia has done so now. It leads the whole world in weather wars. Oh, weather wars? You don't know weather wars? Oh, well, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody can do anything about it, right?
There are 4 different types of heart.
Folks, there have been, I just came back from Poconos again up there again, and of course it's barren up there now, just leaves and no trees and no snow either. But it was till we could see again. There's been lots and lots and lots of rain. You know what I don't see anymore? Thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
Oh, he used to tell me, unless you have thunder, hydrogen released, and then therefore you can get the oxygen, and so on and so forth again. And then you get what they call this thing, this another entity that comes about with you. But at any rate, now you just get no thunder, you just get rain. It just rains. Because the whole sky is artificial.
Yep.
You can't even see the sun anymore. The sun is peeking through because it's so powerful now. By the way, we got 3 suns. It is so powerful now that it's all you can see. But the whole sky now, you're in your lab rat. You have a false canopy. You can't even see a cumulus cloud anymore. When you go up in the airplanes right now, when they fly through all these chemtrails, the whole plane will vibrate. I thought that thing was going to come through, so give me some biggies. Yeah, because it's all full of these particles. Titanium, barium, aluminum. And now, with Fukudemi Daiichi, we got cesium and plutonium-90. And cesium and, plutonium-90. So now you got cesium, plutonium, barium, titanium, and you're breathing this stuff. You don't have any choice. You're a lab rat. And no world government stops it. What does that tell you? Not one world government says, why are they spraying my people? And why don't they stop it? If it was a government, then you got a collusion of world governments that want all of you sprayed with chemtrails. You're breathing chemtrails. You know, there's one thing here I bet you none of them will do. I bet you none of you will stop breathing. Do it for me, stop breathing. So if you don't stop breathing, what do you think you're breathing in every time you go outside? Titanium, barium, aluminum, cesium, strontium-90, and every other thing they choose because you're a lab rat. That's all you are. And you're tired of being a lab rat, so is the Creator tired of you being a lab rat. So to get past that laboratory ratness, you're going to have to raise elevation to stay with this planet. The reason why it's taking so long is because most of us couldn't have made the grade. It's given us time to clean up our act as they get rid of them. This is a time to clean it up. This is a time to stop thinking and saying the negative thoughts. And by the way, when you get perfect, start criticizing other people. As soon as you're perfect, criticize other people. You got so much work to do inside, you shouldn't be able to criticize anybody else. If you really spend your time doing what you want to do. But most people would rather criticize somebody else because they can't live with themselves and they lie to themselves. Lie to yourself, you lie to anybody. Over and over again. Face the fact, folks. Things are speeding up. You can feel it. Things are speeding up. People are getting very jittery and nervous. There's a guy, there are people that take orders on my internet, on my website. And this is the truth. This guy, I didn't take it, but one of my people that helped me, you know, one of my group here, the guy made an order on the internet, and then 3 minutes later wanted to know where the order was.
3 minutes, dang.
I said, you're telling me about it. The guy that told me, he said, no, good. He said, I take it. He texted me. He said, when are you going to be sent? Because when you order it, you're supposed to drop it in the mail. I said, tell me that this is a lie. He said, if it was a lie, the guy just wanted to create some trouble by putting a reversal on PayPal on you. There are people that wait, up there says in plain English, 5 working days minimum. 5 working days minimum. Do you know the weather we've had in Chicago? Isn't one anything can get through. Whole shipments have been lost and misdelivered. We had 140 days of, I don't know what you want to call it, of man-made weather. So it's going to take time. The mail wasn't getting delivered. You know, that's why I said, forget it. Right now, the people who were buying diodes, and I think diodes are one of the most excellent things, and there are people called Japanese that think so too. You know why I know they think so too? Because they're buying up the diodes more than I can buy. They're spraying millions, I can get thousands together to stop up on it. They're buying it because they're using it. And they're using it because they're saving their lives. They're lying on the diode mattress and it's pulling radiation and poisons out of their body. They're getting a diode mid for their homes that protects 60 yards in all directions from these towers. You see these towers out here? You see these towers with padlocks on them? And they got infrared, by the way, they got infrared cameras on them too, and they photograph, you know. Those things right there are all very deadly. They produce extra low frequencies, ELF waves. Any ELF wave is detrimental because it's a low frequency, it's extra low frequency. The lower the frequency, the more the harm. The higher the frequency, the less the harm. We got frequencies now go through it so fast we don't even know they exist. But it's the slow ones that get in there and tear up your cell, producing free radicals within your body. And every time you use a smartphone, you're a dummy. Unless you have a diet. These people are bought, maybe take your smartphone. Dial in Alpha Centauri, type it in. Or type in Epsilon Butte, or type in Mare Crisium. You will get a download or an actual picture of just what you ordered. What does that tell you? You've contacted an orbiting satellite, which is now downloading directly into you. And what are you doing? Holding it in one hand and pushing with the other. You got a direct contact now with a radiation-laden satellite. And you just said, oh, aren't I smart? Isn't that brilliant? Those things are dangerous, folks. They got smart meters out there now. That's worse than the smartphone. It's just as bad. The smart meters are illegal. You can fight them. But who takes up the fight? In Michigan, they actually got their state senate to reverse that, and people can now get them removed. But the smart meters all check the electrical usage in your home. And you pay more for it because the price goes up because you got a smart meter on it. And they're giving you more radiation. They can tell when you're shaving. They can tell when you turn on the light watching TV by the amount of energy that you're using, the amount of radiation that's showing up on your meter. And since they're on every meter in the block, they can get a collective reading, meter to meter, and tell what everybody in that neighborhood is doing. When they're home, what they're doing, where they're walking, and you can also see the people's energy field moving inside the house. Huh? You asked for that, didn't you? You asked for them to give you that, didn't you? No, you didn't, because you don't have any control of it. The Illuminati run this planet for the Dracons who had this planet. Every time you go to an election, you don't select, you elect. And you don't know who you elect because the computer tells you who elected you. And yet, you think that you're voting. Yeah. Where can't I begin? I know I've dropped a lot. I'm just beginning. Let's kind of lighten up a little bit. Because it's just as heavy to lighten up as it is to lighten up if it's heavy. Think about this. It's just as heavy to lighten up. Lighten up is heavy. Now, they had, next time I have to hear it. They had what they call, hockey is beginning to be a very excellent sport now on this planet. It has been for a very long time. Ask the Moors. We used to play field hockey with a stick and a club. In fact, when the Moors came over to Nova Scotia and went across what they now call Canada and came down into what used to be called Encalia, which you now call Algonquin in America, they were playing hockey. But they used it not so much on ice, they used it on a structure. They used it on land. Okay? Well, other day, I don't know if you're into hockey. I'm an avid hockey fan now. Hockey's really growing, especially in Chicago, because the Blackhawks, they won 2 Stanley Cups, and millions of people came out. They wouldn't come out to vote, that's okay. They wouldn't come out to picket, that's okay. They came out to honor the Blackhawks. So let me go to this. The Montreal Canadiens were in Game 7 in overtime, and a winger, came flying out of there, pushed aside another guy, shot a slap shot, scored it, and that was it. Montreal was going on deeper into the Stanley Cup, and Boston was out. You talk about cursing. You have not heard FUs and nigger and all the rest of it like that. The guy happened to be black. And the people in Boston went crazy. I think I remember Crispin Attic getting something like that happening here. And it's just where they had the Boston Marathon. They're supposed to be wholesome now and God-fearing, right? Because that black man scored the goal, they went crazy. Look up on Twitter, all over the place. Hate black people because the Montreal Canadiens black man won it. And he doesn't know how to play hockey anyway. You threatening? Well, I tell you. I look at racism, I look at people. People are crazy.
Yes, they are.
People are prejudiced from their heart. People are dumbed down. Drive time to Washington, D.C., Thanks to, again, what's the brother's name? Carl Nelson. I did his drive time show last night. And wherever the food bring off to food. What's very interesting about all of that is that I did some research. And there have been black people playing hockey for I don't know how long. One of the acronyms that they gave was called SONA. SONA stood for, what is this again now? Society of North American Hockey. That was what the black people were playing hockey with when the National Hockey League and all wouldn't have them. It was called SONA, Society of North American Hockey Players, okay? They had within that their own leagues. And one of them that came out of, it was Quebec again, was called the Three Aces. The Three Aces played for a black hockey team, and they had a guy by the name of what was called, what is this guy's name? Herb Carnegie. I had to look this one up. Herb Carnegie. Herb Carnegie stood 6'3", 220 pounds, and skated like a flash. Scored 70 goals in one season. He had his own brother. His brother was called Ozzie Carnegie. Wasn't quite as good, but probably as good as any of the superstars we're right into now. And they had a third guy out there who was called, again, Manny McIntyre. Those were the Three Aces. They refused to play those people in that national Negro, or what do you want to call it, hockey league. They wouldn't even play them. Yet they come out there and say that hockey is a white man's invention and is played by Caucasians only. It was started by black people. And here's one that's going to grab your heart. Hold on to your seat. When you start hearing about the slap shot, that vicious wham and see it, now you don't, that slap shot, they say Boom Boom, Jeffrey On, and Bobby Ho were two of the best personifiers of black. It was not. The slap shot was invented by a black man. But hear about this black man that invented the slap shot. The slap shot was invented by a guy by the name of Henry Franklin. Henry Franklin was a goalie. Henry Franklin was 3'6" tall.
3'6".
Did you hear those bombs I just dropped on you? You haven't heard anybody say that. Remember again, give me my dues. I do my research. The Creator leads me into my research. Henry Franklin was so close to the ice that when he slapped it, bam, it was a slap shot. He had a slap shot, but he was that close to the ice. And he was a goalie that scored 3 goals because he hit it so fast, it got down before the players could get there. That's what was called the slap shot. 3'6" midget, black guy, Henry Franklin. Make some money, $64,000 question. Yes. Folks, we are so dumb on this planet. We are so dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, inoculated, vaccinated, and racist to our heart. And we got 13 races on our planet, 7 of which we don't know anything about. You can't get along black, white, yellow, red, and white, or whatever. You got 13 other races here. You got people living inside the earth. You better learn to get along. That's all I got to say. If you can't get all the color of skin, you're going to really be in trouble. Very much trouble. This is stupid what we do down here. All of this thing about anyway. But I had to throw that out to you again. 3'6" guy. Make some money on that one. I'm sure you can get some big dough on that one again. So I'm saying again, and one of the first things too, one of the first black men, which you used to hear this person a lot, his name was Willie O'Reed. And it was the Boston Bruins that invited him to their minor league team. So even though they were one of the first ones to get into the minor leagues, they were the first ones to call them niggers because they got beat afterwards. I wish we get so passionate about so many other things as we get about sports. And of course, sports now is going to be presented all the time to get people heard and keep you happy. That's why any kind of sports you want now, you can get. As long as you stay occupied. As long as you stay dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, and sports alive, that's cool. When you wake up and start doing something more than sports, now you get dangerous. So there's no any kind of sports you want to achieve. Keep in mind, starting next year, they're not going to be able to play sports unless you have a dome stadium. And after we get one of those tornadoes to come through and people are going to die from it, remember you heard this here, then you're going to have to get sports stadiums that have a dome on them. It's going to take that for them to realize that you cannot play sports, baseball, in the wintertime. And the seasons are changing so now that you're going to have dome stadiums to hold any kind of sports race, per se. How much can one person talk about in 1 hour's time? And now we're just going to our second hour. All this to me is trifling if we don't understand our reasons for existence. If we don't know where we came from, if we don't know what we're doing here, and if we don't know where we're going. What is more important than that? Many of you are incarnates here many, many, many times over. And until you can clean up your karma, you will be incarnated here. But since our planet is not going to stay in kindergarten much longer, it means you either now will change or cease to exist on this planet. You'll have to go someplace else to carry out the lesser dharma, to carry out the magic that's going on. There is a book called the Bhagavad Gita, part of the Vedas and Upanishads. It's called That As It Is. And part of the Bhagavad Gita talks about Vamanas and Vintlas. And this is part of the Bhagavad Gita, which worships and has Krishna as its head. Oh, by the way, you have all kinds of black gods, folks, but you don't like black gods. So they give you what you think you want. Okay? Now, the word Buddha means black. Krishna is blue-black, had a black nimbus or aura. Fuhai of China was black. Quetzalcoatl, Ixtilton, and there's another, and Omocolado in Mexico were all black. Laos was black. Isis in Egypt, or Hathor before that, was black. Zeus, the Greek god, was black. Tyre from Scandinavia, where people are so tall and light as the same, had a black god, Tyre. The only religion that does not have a black god is the one that most of you just came from church the day before you came here. Now, wasn't that hurtful? Aren't I ungrateful? I am an ex-black Baptist minister. Did you know that part too? I had a close life. I had to get over spending years being taught a lie. And it took me, it took me 13 months to get over the fact that I had been lied to and was becoming a Baptist minister. But I'm not a hypocrite. And I'm not going to go on something that I know is a lie. But when I had to use the age of reason, I had to read a Waspe, I had to read the Matrix, I had to read everything I could. I said, doggone it, this is a lie. And I just did 2 weeks ago the true story of Easter and Ishtar. And what does that have to do with bunny rabbits and eggs? Ascension. All that is cloaked in magic and understanding there again. And in fact, there are two types of eggs that a chicken can lay. There's a brown egg, which you don't see anymore, that has a yolk and a membrane. And there's a white egg that has no yolk and is pale. That's where the colored eggs came from, because the colored eggs were the strongest egg because they had a membrane and the other one didn't. All this we've forgotten. We have been so brainwashed and miseducated. I'd rather see it, they're going to have a charter school pretty soon. You're not going to be able to go unless you pay. That's one of the best things that ever happened if you have some smart parents. School them at home. Don't school them in school. School them at home. Don't school them in school. Everything they teach you is a lie, because you have to be controlled. And you never educate a species or anything that you want to control, because eventually they'll take over. You do not educate one that you own and control. You never go to school for an education. You go for a training program to fulfill a niche in a cog that's grinding you under. You didn't hear that, did you?
I heard it.
I know you didn't hear that, did you?
I heard it. I know it and heard it.
If I want to educate you and I want to stay on top of you and control you, I'd be a fool to educate you. You don't educate somebody. An educated person is dangerous. might think on their own, might even challenge you. But to keep them dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, inoculated, vaccinated, encrypted, you can control them. So yes, I was there, but at least I didn't lie to myself. Once I understood the mystery, then I understood it. Also, in the Upanishads, it talks about a battle that was fought between a Vintla and a Vamana. Now this is in the Book of Truths, a portion of that we call the Upanishads, which is believed in by those who believe in that religion. And it was a story of Rama and Sita. Rama was a lover, Sita was his love. The beautiful, handsome prince and the beautiful, wonderful princess. The color doesn't matter. This is a saga. And then this evil patriarch, this old man came and said, I'm going to take this woman and all her virtues and use her. And so he got his Vamana and he stole Sita. And his Vamana could go interstellar. If you hear about the religion there in Krishna, it talks about what? Flying carpets and things along this line. You know why they call it a flying carpet? Because they had such power that the whole castle could rise up along with the carpets. A whole house could levitate. These saucers or these creatures, these things were so big and so large. So, when this evil sorcerer stole Sita and took her into his interstellar craft of Vamana, Rama found out about it and knew he had a slight chance because his Vamana was just a little thing. He couldn't go interstellar. And he knew if they ever got her interstellar, he lost his love for life. So his whole idea was to catch her, try to rescue her before the Vamana could go interstellar. And then they talked about the battle that was fought. Mainly it was a battle that was fought for the Vamana because Vintla was afraid of shooting the Vamana too much because he might kill the princess. But when he got desperate, he began to shout. And they talk about Brahma's weapon. And they talked about Indra's dart. Indra's dart spit fire and exploded in the heavens. And Brahma's weapon made elephants tremble and the ground shook. They used advanced weaponry in this battle of Rama and Sita. This is said to be their book of truths, folks. Everything in there is supposed to be true. Not just make-believe. It's supposed to be things that actually happened in there. So they were talking about spaceships and interstellar ships way back then. There's nothing new about them. The battle on this planet has been going on for time immemorial. And we are just beginning to wake up to how much time has passed and what this whole thing of creation is all about again, per se. Where do I go from here? One more, and then I want to do what I love to do, which most people get tired of it because I like to answer questions. Rather than avoiding questions, I like to answer. I like to entertain answers and hear what you have to say to a degree. Because I learned from this, it keeps me on my P's and Q's. But in the meantime here, one other thing I want to get back into are these pyramids and pyramids. Over in Egypt, there is a city that some have called Cairo. And it is said that that is the capital of Egypt. Of course, it's not part of Africa, is it? Sometimes when you want it to be, most of the time, no. Right? Because you don't want that, because that's too many good things there. And Africa is full of nothing. Oh, tell you about Africa sometimes. And the pyramids they have yet to discover in Africa, and Miro, places like that. And Gaddafi, where they killed, and people just applauded because evil Gaddafi was gone. I cried like a baby. The worst thing they ever did was kill Gaddafi. He didn't say he was an Arab, he said he was an African man. But let me come back to that because I don't want to get too tangent-fied on that particular one. Go back again to what they did over there at this time. The city of Cairo is called Cairo because the Greeks could not pronounce K. They used a CH. It's actually called Kahir. Not Cairo, Kahir. They couldn't pronounce that. So it's Greek to me.
know what hell is. When you don't have rights, that's hell. When you're a slave, that's hell. When you can't find a job because your skin is the wrong color, you're in hell. And the devil is the one giving you hell. He got blue eyes, blonde hair, white skin. You can't deny that. You'd like to deny it, but you can't deny it. Because you have caught hell from the white man. You can't deny it. You have caught hell from the white man. I know you'll jump up and say, well, I caught some hell from some Negroes too. That's because they was acting like the white man. They weren't white, were they? But they were acting like the white man. Likewise, they weren't devils, but they were acting like the devil. But when you see that white man, he's a devil whether he act like one or not. If he don't say nothing, he's still the devil. If he don't do anything, he's still the devil. In fact, if he wasn't born, he'd just be an unborn devil. All praise is due to Allah. And Master Farad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and our people that heaven is also a condition. He said that heaven is when you have freedom. You're in heaven. When you have justice, you're in heaven. When you have equality, you're in heaven. When you have security, peace, love, happiness, you're in heaven. When you're standing in the light so you can see everything that's happening, you're in heaven. But when you're in the dark and don't know what's happening, that's hell. Right or wrong? Well, you can't deny it. You know what hell is. But you don't know what heaven is. You've been away from heaven for a long time. 9,000 miles away from heaven. And 400 years away from heaven. All praise is due to Allah. You say, what do you mean 9,000 miles away from heaven? Heaven is home. Don't you know how you used to sing, gonna make heaven my home? No, you should be making home your heaven. All praise is due to Allah. So he said that the white man was the devil, is the devil. Won't always be the devil, because he won't always be here. He hasn't always been here and won't always be here. And when he taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the white man is the devil, not an old devil down in the ground, but the white man said the devil was down in the ground to keep our people from knowing he was on top of the ground. Can't you see that? It's just a trick. He got all these Negroes looking elsewhere, thinking about someone else, and here he is, right on the scene all the time. Got you running around here catching all kind of hell, so you won't die and go to hell, and the devil gets you, and he keeps you so busy you don't have time to realize you're dead already. And the devil already got you. You got a devil in City Hall. You got a devil in the State House. You got a devil in the White House. Well, you got devils all over this earth. But not for long. Just as Master Farad taught the black people in Detroit in 1930, 31, 32, 33, that the white man is the devil, he also said what? That the black man is God. He said that the black people are the children of God. And you should have known that. You used to sit in church talking about, oh, God's children got you. Even the white man say about God's children, you know, children they call it. What do they mean, children? Children. But they call it children because they couldn't talk the white man's language real good. So they would talk about God's children, and they never were talking about white children. They were never talking about white people at all. Whenever you hear any kind of song or any kind of story or any kind of phraseology about God's children, they're talking about black people. Right or wrong? Because the black man is the child of God. Now, if the black man is the child of God, when he grow up, what is he? He's God himself. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the black man is the original man. That's tough. Because when you say that the black man is the original man, that means that he is the man from whom all other men had their origin. Right or wrong? Which makes him the originator. That's tough. When you find the original man, you have found the origin of man. When you find the origin of man, you have the originator, the creator. Not up in the sky, but right here on this earth. The white man knows this. The white man fears this. The white man knows that Mr. Muhammad is teaching this. That's why the white man is shaken. This is truth. You can't fight this. You can't fight this. What you gonna fight it with? If it's truth, the only thing you're gonna fight it with is lies. And lies don't stand up against the truth. That truth don't even have to fight. All the truth got to do is sit there. And it got lie all shook up. Right or wrong? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was taught by Master Farad that the black man is the original man. He said that he's an Asiatic black man. What do you mean Asiatic black man? He also told him that the earth that we live on originally was called Asia. This wasn't called America. That's what the white man called it. What was it called before the white man got here? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says the planet wasn't originally called Earth. It was called Asia. And the original man on this planet was the black man, the Asiatic black man, or the black man of Asia. The brown man is an Asiatic. The red man is the Asiatic. The yellow man is an Asiatic. The black man is an Asiatic. But not the white man. He's not an Asiatic. The Asiatic is called an Oriental. Oriental means original. Oriental and original are the same word. Origin and orient are the same word. Same thing. The brown man is an Oriental. The black man is an Oriental. The red man is an Oriental. The yellow man is an Oriental. But the white man are Occidental. He is an Occidental. He is not an Oriental. He is not an original. Don't have no part of us. Don't look like us. Don't even smell like us. He's just different all the way around. What moves you and me doesn't move him. What reaches me and you can't even reach him. You play some sounds, brother, that'll knock you out. He don't even know you're playing them. But when he see you doing the thing, he try and do the thing. But you can look at him and tell he just doing it because you're doing it. He's imitating you. But he missed the beat. Right or wrong? Why, you know what I'm saying is right. Just a different man. His sense of taste is different from yours. Why, he can't cook. All you need is some food. You can start to putting it in the pot and tasting some of this and tasting some of that, and when you get through, it'll knock anybody out. He need a book. That man don't have no taste. If he go by his taste, it don't reach you and me. Can you understand what I'm saying? Why, you know you understand. He's just a different man altogether. So Master Farad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the black man is the original man, the Asiatic black man. He also said he was the cream. Cream. The cream of the planet Earth. Pick up on that, cream. You know what cream is. You take a quart of milk. As long as the bottle is all shook up, you don't know what's happening. But when you let it alone, the cream always comes to the top. Same way with the planet Earth. As long as everything is all shook up. War, confusion, lying, fighting, bickering. You don't know what's happening. But whenever there's peace on earth, the cream will always come to the top. That's the black man. The only way the white man can be on top is through war. Only way the white man can be on top is through confusion, through argument, through upset. But you let peace come in, and the black man will come to the top just naturally. You don't have to fight. Just let him alone. And you come right on home. And his home is on top. You say, well, where's the white man's home? If the black man's home is on the top, do the white man belong on the bottom? No, he don't belong nowhere at all. The Honorable Elijah, Master Farad, also taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the black man is the owner and the maker. The owner. Hey, you and I are running around here begging that cracker for a little piece of ground that already belongs to you. You begging him for a little piece of ground, and the earth belongs to you. The earth is yours. And when you know that the earth is yours, what's in the earth belongs to you. When you know that the earth is yours, the gold belongs to you. The silver belongs to you. The water belongs to you. Why, everything you need is right in the earth. You can grow some corn, some cotton. Not for the white man, but for yourself. Cotton picking, nothing wrong with cotton picking. It's just when you're picking somebody else's cotton. But when you're picking your own cotton, and cotton picking is good. All praise is due to our Lord. He did teach the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the black man actually is the God. And you say, well, how can the black man be the God? He taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the black man, the original man, who is the originator, the creator, the cream, the owner, the maker, is also the God. Every time you see a black man, you're looking at God. But he says that among the gods, there is a God of gods. The Bible tells you, among the gods, there is none like thee. Showing you that there are many gods, but among the gods, there is a God who's over all other gods. He's God of gods, Lord of lords, King of kings. He is Allah, all in all. He is the Most High God. In the East, the Most High God is called Ali. The all-powerful God is called Al-Aziz. The all-wise God is called Al-Hakim. The all-knowing God is called Al-Alim. But the name for all these powerful attributes is Allah, the supreme being. He's a being, like you and I are beings. But he is the being of beings. He's the supreme being. But he's a being. You're a being, aren't you? I'm a being. We all beings. And he's a being. Well, how does that being different from we beings? He's supreme being. We wise beings, but he's the wisest of the beings. He's the all-wise being, the all-knowing being, the all-powerful being, the most merciful being. So we call him Allah, all in all. All praise is due to Allah. He taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that all religions teach the coming of God in the last day. All religions point toward the coming of God in the last day. And all religions describe how this great God, when he comes in the last day, will reveal himself to one person from among a lost people. All religions point out how when God comes, he will manifest himself in the flesh, but he will manifest himself through one from the midst of a lost people. And these lost people are referred to as the lost sheep. It says that this great God will seek the lost sheep. He'll search for the lost sheep. And then when he finds them, he'll manifest himself through them. Through one from among them. Can you understand that? It's like in the days of Noah, when God was going to destroy the world with the flood. He revealed himself not to the people, but he revealed himself to Noah. And when God was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, he didn't reveal himself to the people. He revealed himself through Lot. When God was going to bring Pharaoh down to his knees and dash him to the bottom of the Red Sea, he didn't reveal himself to the people. He revealed himself through Moses, one whom he chose from the midst of the people. Can you understand that? God always speaks through one from the midst of the people. He doesn't come to them and talk to them himself, but he chooses one and speaks to them through that one. Back in the early 30s, Master Farad chose many helpers, chose ministers, captains, secretaries, officials. And among the ministers whom he chose, he took the one who had the least education. He was known then as Elijah Kareem, and put him over all the other ministers, made him the supreme minister. His name was, he was called then by Master Farad, Elijah Kareem. In Arabic, Kareem means one who is generous, one who is worthy of honor. And Master Farad knew that the generous nature that was a part of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's makeup would compel him to be generous with the wisdom that Master Farad was going to leave with him. He would be generous with it. By nature, he would be compelled to spread it freely among his people. He told, after teaching the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he taught him to teach other ministers. Master Farad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad direct. And then it was up to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to teach the other ministers and to teach the other Muslims, to teach the so-called Negroes. Just as in the Bible, when you read the story of Joseph, as long as Joseph was an ordinary brother, on the same level with his other brothers, they all loved him. But when Joseph began to tell them that he had a dream, first his father gave him a coat that the others didn't have, a coat of many colors. And when Joseph's father favored him above them, they became jealous. As long as there wasn't no coat to get jealous about, they were all brothers. But as soon as one of them got a coat like the others didn't have, they became jealous of him. They thought that their father had too much more love for that one than he had for them. You know, that's something to think about. Then when Joseph began to dream dreams, and he saw their corn stalks bound down to his corn stalks, he told his father. And his father told him, don't tell your brothers that dream. Because his father was wise and he knew what that dream meant. And he knew that Joseph's brothers would see into it also. But as soon as Joseph told this dream to his brothers, and they began to see that Joseph was destined for greatness, that Joseph was destined for high places, and that Joseph was destined to occupy a position of authority over them, it was then the jealousy that was dormant in their heart began to dominate their character and come forth until it finally developed into hatred for Joseph. And when they hated him, it finally overtook them to the point where they weren't satisfied until they chased him down and put him in a pit and sold him down into the land of Egypt to be a slave in the hands of his enemy. This is what jealousy does. Jealousy makes you blind. Jealousy makes you so you can't see. Jealousy makes you so you can't think. Jealousy makes you so it's impossible for you to be progressive. Do you understand? Jealousy closes your heart. It closes your eye. It closes your ear. And it makes you do the wrong thing. Same thing happened to Abel. Abel and Cain. Cain and Abel. Long as there were no blessings, they were brothers. But as soon as it looked like God favored Abel over Cain, Cain got jealous. Well, he was jealous all the time, but he didn't know it. It was dormant within his nature. And this act of from God showering blessings upon Abel nourished the seed of jealousy that up to then had been dormant in Cain's heart. And this jealousy took a grip on Cain. And finally it overcome him. He couldn't control it. It got out of control. And he could not quell the urge that he had to kill his own brother Abel. Same thing happened with David. David was the most humble and the youngest of all his brothers. He was not a warrior or a soldier. His brothers were in Saul's army. They was out fighting Goliath, the giant. They weren't winning. They were just in the army, talking that army talk. And Goliath was walking back and forth. Had them so scared they didn't know they were soldiers. Am I right or wrong? Right. They called themselves being in God's army. Yet they were scared of the giant. Walking back and forth at a distance. And finally little David, who believed in God. And his belief in God made him fearless. His belief in God made him willing to lay down his life to take the head of God's enemy. And this belief, this faith that he had in God, brought him down to the battlefield. And when his brothers saw him coming, instead of being happy to see him, instead of rejoicing at the sight of their brother, they began to ask themselves, who do he think he is? Isn't that what they said? Who do he think he is? What's he putting down? Why isn't he out there with the sheep? What are he doing out here with us men? What's this boy doing in the company of soldiers? And they told Saul, when they found out that they couldn't deter or stop or discourage David from tackling the giant, then Saul began to tell him, say, look, well, here, take this sword and take my armor. David told him, I don't need that. It haven't helped you. You haven't done anything with it. But I'm relying on God. I don't need anybody but God. And I can go. Now, he wasn't passive. Don't think because David said he was leaning on God that he was passive and that he was against violence. He just said he believed in God. And he was going to lean on God and rely on God. He knew that God would give him the only weapon that he needed. And it goes on to show how David went on and put a rock upside Goliath's head. Put a rock upside Goliath's head. His brothers didn't go for him going up against the giant. But he went on anyway. After he put a stone upside Goliath's head and brought him down and laid him on the ground, he took Goliath's sword and chopped off his head. He was the one to do it. God had chosen him to kill Goliath before he was even born. God had chosen Joseph to be sold into slavery and to become the ruler of the house of bondage before Joseph was even born. God had chosen Abel to please him, to be the recipient of his blessings before Abel was ever born. And it was the same. God chose the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to occupy the position of messenger, leader and teacher for 20 million black people here in America before America was ever discovered. before you and I were ever brought here. It was written that the Lamb, that this little meek and humble man would be raised up from the so-called Negro in this day and time. Do you understand that? I heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say that when Master Farad was teaching, he used to listen to him. He listened to him real careful. And he noticed that whenever Master Farad was teaching, he'd be carried away. And he wasn't talking about what someone was going to come and do to the devil, but he noticed that this man was talking about what he was going to do. He didn't talk like he was looking for some help, but he talked independent. He talked like one who needed no help. He never talked like someone told him so and so, but he talked like what he knew. He was independent. He listened carefully, and he began to think back all of what he had read in the Bible about this one who was supposed to come in the last day, and about what this one would do when he come in the last day. And he said that he believed every word that fell from the lips of Master Farad. He said he never heard a word that Master Farad uttered that he didn't believe. And because he believed him, he listened to him with an open heart, with an open mind, and with open ears. Because he listened with an open heart, an open mind, and open ears, he learned what others could not. He heard what the others couldn't hear. He saw what the others couldn't see. He understood what the others couldn't understand. He looked and saw Master Farad as he was. He knew who he was. He began to teach the others there in Detroit to call him prophet. They were calling him prophet because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this man is fulfilling all prophecy. And then as he listened some more, he began to teach them to call him the Savior, because he sure is saving us from the condition that we were in. He's saving us from the clutches of our enemies. He told them that this man is the finder of the lost sheep, and he's given life to the lost sheep. They begin to refer to Master Farad as the finder and the life giver, the Redeemer. Those wherein you and I had once been taught and thought that the Redeemer was someone that was born 2,000 years ago. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad listened to the teachings of Master Farad, he could see that the so-called Negroes, the lost sheep, needed redeeming from your and my enemy. And they could see that the teachings that was coming from the lips, the mouth of Master Farad was giving us life, was redeeming us from the clutches of this devil. He recognized him as the Messiah. He knew that it was written that a Messiah would come in the last day, and that the Messiah was someone who would travel all over the world seeking to save that which was lost. That the Messiah was one who was to come in the last day seeking the lost sheep, seeking the lost tribes who would be found in the house of Israel. He wouldn't be seeking to find the lost tribes of the house of Israel. You got it wrong. But he would be seeking to find the lost tribes who would be in the house of Israel. America is the house of Israel. This is the house of Israel. And you and I are the sheep that had been lost in the house of Israel. Do you understand? Those old Jews, those old blue-eyed things, those aren't no lost sheep. Those things have never been lost. They got all your money. They're your landlord. They're your boss. Right or wrong? You got a Jew who is the spokesman for the president. You got a Jew who's senators in the United States Senate. Barry Goldwater is a Jew. What is his name? Riverkoff is a Jew. Dillon, the Secretary of Treasury, is a Jew. Yeah, he is. His old father was a Polish Jew. He changed his name to Dillon so you wouldn't know him. But our eyes are open. We see him. We know him. No, you can't say no Jew is lost. He got all your money. He got his money and your money too. How you going to say he's lost? The Jew knows his language. He knows his own name. He knows his own flag. He knows his own people. No, you're the one that's lost. You don't know yourself. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad knew that the Messiah was the one who was to come in the last day. And he knew that Master Farad, the one who was teaching them, was fulfilling everything about which it had been written about the Messiah. That when it said it had been written that this Messiah would search the earth, he would come from the east and appear in the west. He would leave heaven and make his abode in hell. He would leave the place of peace and security and make his place and take his place in the house of bondage in the midst of his people. He would reveal himself in the house of bondage in the midst of his people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad began to teach our people in Detroit that this is the Messiah. This is the Christ who was to come. This is the one who was to come and has come. This is the one about whom the Bible refers to as the second coming of Christ. He says that Christ only means a destroyer. The word Christ. And it's true, you can look in the dictionary and it will tell you that in other languages, Christ means a destroyer. This title is given to the one who's to come in the last day because when he finds his people in the clutches of their enemies, he's supposed to save them. He's supposed to separate them from the enemy and then destroy the enemy. So they call him the Christ. He's referred to in the Bible also as the destroyer of the Gentiles. Well, anybody who's been to school knows that a Gentile is a white man. Nothing but an old blue-eyed white man. I know some of y'all thought y'all was Gentiles too, but that y'all thought you was white. But a Gentile is a white man. You and I are neither Jews nor Gentiles. A Gentile is no good and a Jew isn't any good. You say, there you go, talking that old hate talk. No, the Bible says the Bible says there's not a good Jew and there's not a good Gentile. Let me read it to you. Yeah, it says, there's no difference between the Jew and the Greek. Is this what I want? Yeah, no, I'm in the wrong. But there's no difference between the Jew and the Greek. They're all the same. In the 3rd chapter of the Romans, it says, for we have before proved both Jews and Gentiles. All are under sin. As it is written, there is none good. There is none righteous. No, not one. Pick up on that. I'm glad you told me where that was. There's none of them no good. And over here in another place it says, in one of these Corinthians, in the 1 Corinthians in the 10th chapter it says, but I say, this is Paul talking. Now you know all y'all talking about what Paul said. Listen, let me read you what Paul said. But I say, the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils. Pick up on that. And not to God. And I would not that you have fellowship with devils. Look what he said. He said a Gentile is a devil. A Gentile ain't nothing but a devil. And he said you're not supposed to fellowship with no devil. You're not supposed to integrate with no devil. If you can't fellowship with him, you're not supposed to integrate with him. Right or wrong? That hurts your heart, doesn't it, brother? Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, that hurts. I remember a brother come to the mosque in New York one day. He just had got to the city from the cotton patch. And he had been dreaming all his life about when he got up north, he going to get him a job or steal some money and get him a Cadillac and a white woman. That was his dream. And you know how that dream is because you dreamed it. And when he got off the train, it happened he ran into a Muslim brother. He was just looking around at the tall buildings, going crazy. And the brother caught him while he was looking up. And brought him to the mosque. And that brother had spent his whole lifetime thinking about the day when he just got to New York City and could get him a white woman. And when he sat there and listened to that teaching, he was shook up. He was tore up. All his plans were just, it took a lifetime to lay those plans. In 1 minute to tear them up. This is true. He's a Muslim brother today. He changed his plan. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad changed his plan. So this is what's supposed to happen in the last day when the Christ comes. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad recognized that the one who was teaching was fulfilling what it was said about the Messiah, fulfilling what it was said about the Christ, and also what it says in Muslim theology about the Mahdi. Mahdi means one who is self-guided, don't need no advice, don't need no guidance. He's self-guided. He's so wise he guides himself. That's God. Can't nobody guide himself but God. So the Mahdi is a title of God when he'll come in the last day. The Messiah is a title for God when he comes in the last day. The Christ is a title for God when he comes in the last day. But when he comes, how will he come? That's what Jesus' disciples asked. How will he come? And Jesus answered and says, as lightning comes from the east and shines unto the west, so shall the coming of what? The Son of Man be. Pick up on it now. So shall the coming of the Son of a Man. Not the Son of a Spirit. Not the Spirit of a Spirit. Not the Father of a Spirit. Spirit is not even mentioned. But this one, this God, is one who in the last day will be born and will come in the flesh. He'll be the Son of a Man. He's referred to as the Son of Man. But he'll be born in the east. He'll leave the east and come to the west. But he'll be God in person. He'll be Allah in person. I know that's hard to take. Oh, yeah, that's hard to take. I hear you. You say, what you mean, man? You seeing that God is born? You said Jesus was born. If Jesus can be born, can't God be born? You said Jesus was God. That's what you said. It says here in the Bible, in the 9th chapter of Isaiah, for unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given. And the government shall be upon his shoulder. His name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God. Pick up on that now. That's in the 9th chapter of Isaiah. And in the 6th verse, it says that, for unto us a child is born, a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. He's going to establish a new government, a new kingdom, a new world. This is what he's born for. He'll be born at the end of the wicked world for the purpose of establishing a righteous world. In fact, he will be born to destroy the world and create a new world. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. That's beautiful, isn't it? And of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no more, and there shall be no end. Now you know this couldn't have been Jesus. It said when he set up his government, there won't be no end to it. Jesus didn't get a chance to set up no government. They hung him on the cross. In fact, they nailed him to the cross. And he cried out, Lord, if there's any way I can get out of this, don't let it happen to me. Isn't that what he did? Yes, that's what he did. They say that Jesus got so scared, the book said that the sweat come off his brow. Didn't they call the sweat blood? Yeah, he was sweating, brother. You know, you sweating when you sweat blood. You sweating when you sweat sweat. This man sweat blood. So he will be born at the end of this man's world. Be born at the end of the wicked kingdom. And he'll set up his own kingdom. A righteous kingdom. A kingdom in which he himself will be king. He himself will be the prince of princes. He'll make all his people princes. And he'll be the prince of those princes. He'll make all those who follow him kings. And he'll be the king of kings. He'll make all those who follow him lords. And he'll be the Lord of lords. He'll make all those who follow him gods. But he'll be the God of gods. Is that right or wrong? All praise is due to Allah. How will he do it? The book says when he comes and chooses one from the midst of these people, he will give that one a thorough knowledge of himself. He'll walk and talk with that one. He'll teach that one the secret of the Godhead. This is how it says. It says when he comes, he'll come as lightning from the east and shine unto the west. He'll creep in as lightning does under the cover of darkness. He'll come and go so fast you won't know he's been there until he's gone. Right or wrong? You don't see no lightning. You saw lightning. Before you know what it is, it was. Same way with God in the last day. Before the people know he's here, he'll be gone. It says, behold, he'll come without observation. And he also says, he'll come as a thief. He won't be a thief, but he'll come as a thief. Why he'll come as a thief? Because his people have been stolen by thieves. And his people are in the clutches of a den of thieves. His people are in a house that has been established upon thievery. Right or wrong? His people will be stolen from the east and will be found in the west. Therefore, as lightning from the east shines unto the west, God in the last day, if he wants to save his people, will have to leave the east and come into the west. And since his people have been stolen by the thieves of the west, in order for God to come into their midst and free his people from the clutches of these thieves, he has to make himself look like a thief. He has to take upon himself the appearance of one of the thieves. He can't come looking like his people. He can't come looking like his children. He can't come looking like one of the brothers. He has to come looking like the thief. So it says, behold, he cometh as a thief. He'll come as a thief, but he won't be a thief. But in order to come without observation, in order to come so he won't be observed and known by the thieves, he has to come as a thief. You all understand that? No, you don't. In the 43rd chapter of Isaiah, he says, and the 5th verse, fear not. That's God talking. Who are he talking to? Talking to his people. He said, fear not. Why? For I am with thee. I didn't used to be, but I am now. You should have been afraid yesterday, but you don't have to be afraid today. I saw you from a long ways off when you used to walk in front of the white man, and you'd be so scared your knees would be knocked and your head would be itching. You scratched when you didn't itch because you were scared. But you were scared because you didn't have nobody to protect you. You didn't have no one to lean on. You had neither a sword nor shield. But he says, now, fear not, for I am with thee. I'll bring thy seed from the east and gather thee from the west. Looky here, what'll I do? I'll round up all your black, brown, red, and yellow people back home. They outnumber this man. There's 4,400,000,000 of them, and only 400 million of these. These outnumber these 11 to 1. Look at here. 11 to 1, brother. 11 to 1. When you got someone outnumbered 11 to 1, you don't need no bomb. All you got to do is sit down on that one. And you're a man. Fear not, for I am with thee. I will bring thy seed from the east and gather thee from the west. Oh, that's good news. That's about the best news I've heard in a long time. He said, don't worry about a thing, because in the last day I'm going to wake all your people up all over the earth, and I'm going to pull the cover off this beast. And when I pull the cover off of him and make the whole world see him as he is, he's going to be in trouble. And it says, and the sixth angel poured out his vial. This is in Revelations in the 16th chapter and the 12th verse. Poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up. How come? In order that the way for the kings of the east might be prepared. You see how God is always talking? All throughout the book, he lets you know that some action is coming from the east. Some action is coming from the east. Some action is coming from the east. All praise is due to Allah. You see, whenever today the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or any of his ministers are teaching or spreading or conveying truth to our people, you always have to keep aware that the wolf have sent his stool pigeons in to listen to what you say, which we don't mind, because we're supposed to convert the stool pigeon too. Oh yeah, he need to be taught. If he didn't, he wouldn't be no stool pigeon. He need teaching more than anybody else. When I say he, they got some she stool pigeons too. I guess you call the she stool pigeon a pigeoness. I just stopped long enough to point that out so you won't think I'm talking wild. No, I know what I'm saying. And I know you have. And I know you have. All praise is due to Allah. So it says that God in the last day, the Messiah, the Christ, the Mahdi, the Son of Man, the one who will leave the east and come to the west, will search and find the lost sheep. And when he finds the lost sheep, they'll be in bad shape. They'll be mentally dead. They'll be spiritually dead. They'll be socially dead, economically dead, politically dead. But God will search among these dead people, these dead sheep, and choose a lamb as his own. Choose one from among them as his own. He'll be dead just like the others. He'll be dumb just like the others. Look what it says in here about him. You've got to excuse me for going into this book. but you in it, so I got to go in it. It says, behold my servant, whom I uphold. Talking about this man that he'll find in our midst. Mine elect, in whom my soul delights. This one that I've chosen from the midst of these hard-headed sheep, these stiff-necked sheep. But I've cleaned him up. I'm pleased with him. He delights my soul. I've put my spirit upon him. And he, pick up on this, he shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He, that one I chose, that little dumb one, that one from Georgia, that one that haven't been to school, that's the one I'm going to choose. And he'll bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He'll shut their mouth. He shall not fail, nor be discouraged. He won't fail, and he won't be discouraged. Why? He knows God is with him. He knows God is behind him. God is his sword. Don't need no weapon because God is his sword. Don't need no shield because God is his shield. He shall not fail nor be discouraged until he has set judgment in the earth. And the isles shall wait for his law. So the people say, well, how are we going to follow him? We don't know what to do. We dumb. We are this and we that. And so God said, who is as blind as my servant was? And no, none of y'all as blind as he was. Now he can see so much, he's showing you the way. Pick up on that, brother. Who is blind or as deaf as my messenger? Don't tell me you can't hear. Don't tell me you can't understand. Because once he couldn't hear. Once he couldn't understand. Now he understands so much, he make you understand. All praise is due to Allah. But he goes on talking about you. This is a people robbed and spoiled. Been robbed of your name. Robbed of your language. Robbed of your culture. Robbed of your mind. You've been robbed of your backbone. And now you spoil. They're all snared in holes, hidden in prison houses. They are for a prey, and no one delivers. For a spoil, and no one says restore. All praise is due to it. A dead people. So the book says that the one whom God will choose from the midst of these people is likened unto a lamb who will be made spotless, without a spot or a blemish. A lamb without fault. All of these are descriptions in the Bible of the last messenger in the last day. The one who's in America who has been raised from the midst of the so-called Negroes and is here in the person of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He's referred to in the book as the first begotten of the dead. This wasn't Jesus 2,000 years ago. There wasn't nobody dead 2,000 years ago. Plus, when you're physically dead, that's it. Look at here. Could Jesus have been the first begotten of the dead? I ask you, could he? Let's say, yeah, he was. We'll say, yeah, he was. Now we'll prove it to see if he was. First begotten of the dead means the first one raised from the dead. And y'all say that Jesus come back from the cross. And he's referred to, supposed to be, as the first begotten. But before Jesus died, Lazarus died. And Jesus, in the book said Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead. Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead before Jesus died. So Jesus can't be the first begotten. Lazarus was the first begotten. But if he raised Lazarus from the dead, where's Lazarus now? Where is he? I mean, where is he? You're sitting in the church getting happy because you said Jesus raised the dead. Where is this one he raised from the dead? Where did Lazarus go? Where is Lazarus now? Did Lazarus die again? If he did, then Jesus didn't do right by him. You don't raise nobody from the dead and let him go on and die again. That's not fair. But even Lazarus couldn't be regarded as the first begotten of the dead, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad shows us where Elijah raised the widow's son long before Lazarus was ever raised. Can you see that? So when the book says the first begotten of the dead is only pointing toward the messenger or the servant of God who will be raised, the first one raised from the grave of ignorance, the mentally dead so-called Negroes in the last day, who is also referred to in the book as the first fruit from among those that slept, from among the sleeping so-called Negroes, or who is also referred to as the only begotten Son of the Father, which only means that in the last day, when God comes, although many will see him, they won't know him. He'll be in their midst, but they'll look upon him as just another man from the east. They won't know who he is. They'll call him Master Farad, but they won't know his real identity. They won't know that this is the supreme being in their midst. But it is written that one from among them will recognize God. And that one who will recognize him will be the one whom he will choose as his son. Not his physical son, but his spiritual son. A man-child. A man who will become as a child and let God teach him. A man-child. A full-grown man who will be like a child in the clutches or in the hands of his God. Just as Joseph was chosen from his brothers, above his brothers, and David was chosen by God above his brothers, and Abel was chosen by God over his brother, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was chosen by God above and beyond all the so-called Negroes in North America. And after Master Farad left the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in 1934, those over whom he was placed, became jealous of him. Just like Joseph's brothers became jealous of him. Just as David's brothers became jealous of him. And just as Abel's brother became jealous of him and tried to slay him. Those over whom the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was placed became jealous of him and tried to slay him. He had to flee for his life. He spent 7 years fleeing through the wilderness, just as Elijah spent 7 years in the cave. He spent 7 years along the east coast, fleeing from city to city. He would never spend more than a day or a few days in any one city. He could never visit his wife and his children. They had stakeouts around his house to try and watch when he would come back so that they could take his life. Through jealousy, through envy. And some of them were just paid by the white man to do so. He didn't flee because he was afraid. He didn't run because he was trying to save his life itself. But he knew that God had been here. And he knew that God had left the message of truth within him. That he was like a book. God had made him like a book. Filled him with wisdom. And that would be opened up at a certain time. For the truth that was within him to be released for the benefit of the people. So he fled not to save his life, but to save the message that God had deposited within him. Can you understand this? And after fleeing 7 years in the wilderness, in 1942 he was arrested by the government in Washington, D.C. and sent to prison under the pretext that he was a draft dodger. Wasn't no draft dodger. He just wouldn't go to the war. He was a religious man who taught the religion of peace, who wasn't going to take part in no war. So the white man put him in jail under the pretext that he was a draft dodger. But actually, the only reason they jailed him was to keep him from teaching the truth to the so-called Negro. 7 years he was away from his home. Then 5 more years he was put in prison. A total of 12 years. This man, this black man, sacrificed away from his loved ones, away from his wife, away from his children, away from his family, so he could live, so he could prepare himself to deliver the American so-called Negro. No man has paid a greater price or made a greater sacrifice for the benefit of the so-called Negroes than has the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he went to prison in 1942 and came out in 1946, he only had 4 temples or mosques. This was what the white man was trying to shut down. Shortly after he came out of prison, his teaching began to spread more rapidly then than it did before. So that wherein in 1942 when he went to prison, or 46 when he came out, there were only 4 mosques in 4 cities. Today there's not a state or a city where there's any sizable number of our people that doesn't have a mosque, Muhammad's mosque, spreading the truth that God gave to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In every city, in every community. And now today, it's not enough to have them in every city. Today, mosques are going up in every community. Soon you'll see a mosque on every corner. Churches will close up. Churches can't stand in the face of truth. Oh yeah, they'll close up. They're in trouble now. The preacher have a hard time getting people to go to church. And he can't get none of them moved. Preacher just don't get no ghosts moving in the church no more. You don't find nobody getting no Holy Ghost nowadays, do you? Or do you? No, it's times are changing. God has visited America. God has raised the Honorable Elijah Muhammad from the midst of our people in America and has missioned him to spread truth among our people here in America. And has told him in advance the price he'll have to pay in order to raise this dead nation. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told Almighty God, my prayer, my life and my death, my prayer and my sacrifice are all for Allah, the Lord of the world. He have told Allah he will give his life to raise the American so-called Negro. He'll give his life to see that you and I get freedom, justice, and equality. He has promised God that there is no, told God that there is no price, prison, death, poverty, torture, pain. Nothing is too great for him to pay. No price is too great for him to pay to save the American so-called Negro. And brothers and sisters, when you and I know that God has given you and me a leader and a teacher who will give his children, who will give his wife, who give his every possession so that truth can be spread among our people, so that unity and harmony can be developed among our people, so that progress can be made with our people, why you and I should stand up and also say, my life and my death, my prayer and my sacrifice are all for Allah to help the Honorable Elijah Muhammad get this mission accomplished. So on that note, I bring my talk to a close as I greet you in the name of Allah and His Messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Salam alaikum. All praise is due to Allah. Brothers and sisters, it is those of us who are followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and those of you who have been reading about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad all these years, you see the great work that he's doing. He's actually bringing about a reformation among our people that the theologians and sociologists and what else you have all considered to be hopeless. Yet both his critics, white critics and black critics, have to admit that the transformation he has brought about among us is a miraculous event in itself. And all the Honorable Elijah Muhammad asks of you and me is that we help him. He said, you don't have to get out there and face the fire. He'll face it. You don't have to get in the furnace. He said, he'll get in the furnace. You don't have to go to jail. He said, he'll go to jail. You don't have to suffer no pain. He said, he'll suffer the pain. All he asks you to do is help him. Be glad to help him. Be willing to help him. Know that it takes something to reach our people, and be willing to make that sacrifice necessary to put him in that position to reach our people. And when you get this spirit, this attitude, this understanding, why it's impossible for you and me to not be successful. Now, before we have our question period, we would like to take this opportunity to take up a collection. We know that those of you who are here in Los Angeles, especially in Los Angeles, you know the tremendous expense that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has been going to because of the trouble that some of our brothers here got into, and we want to give you an opportunity to help in this program. And don't ever think, and this goes for brothers, sisters, children, white, black, green, yellow, Christian, Muslim, Jew, atheist, agnostic, even the stool pigeons who come. You should come down here and give something for the cause of Islam. When I say don't be putting nickels and dimes in there, nickels and dimes won't help fight this battle.
It's Greek to me became the capital of Egypt, Cairo. Cairo means Mars. What did that suggest to you? It was built by Martians. It has been triplicated in series A, B, and C. Oh, these bombs that this man drops. And right out there in that trilogy there is where they built a colony of Mars right there in Egypt. And they called it Kahir. Kahir means Mars. The Martians came here because of a calamity that happened in space. The eye of Mars is not an eye, it's a concave area that was ripped out of Mars by something that came through there and devastated Mars. That's why you don't see the eye too much. It's a big concave there. Your president had just said that they're going back to where? Mars. No, he didn't. He said they're going to Phobos.
Right, he changed it.
You didn't get it, did you? You didn't get it, did you? Heard it, didn't get it. Didn't you understand what the man was saying? Phobos and Deimos are two artificial satellites kept up to Mars, because Mars would have been centered out of orbit when the 13th planet exploded. And he set up Phobos and Deimos, panic and fear, to keep the Martian planet alive. And most of the Martians came here and went back to Sirius. It was built by the Martians. Then he had help from the Pleiadians and everybody else, because in the confederations, planets with pyramids means that there are people who have some understanding of soul and consciousness and have some righteousness within them. All planets in the confederation have that, because planets with pyramids are time machines. You can jump and travel. Not only are the advanced races don't even use spaceships, because they travel in group minds. It's called traveling with the Merkaba. The Ka and the Ba, and the Mer means a means of travel, transit, or origin. That's the way advanced races go. They don't get in spaceships. They travel in their minds. How many times have you said, oh girl, oh boy, oh man, oh woman, where are you? Your mind's a million miles away. What's the rhetorical answer? Oh yeah, I know, I was out there. You're so used to it, you don't even understand what you're saying. You're so used to it that it becomes second nature, but your first nature has been taken away, giving you an augmented nature of imbecilicness, because this is what the daggone Dracons gave you. And you still go back to the consciousness of truth. It's in your mind. What travels faster than 186,000 miles an hour, Mr. Tesla? Mind. Instantaneous. You are wherever your mind is. Speed is not an object. Time is not an object. We're taught linear consciousness. You travel from point A to point B. You travel in a straight line. There's another way of traveling. It's not going from walking or driving or planing. It's called staying in one spot and vibrating. And the slower the vibration, the faster the vibration, the more you're traveling. We're not taught that your vibrations tell you where you are, who you are, when you are, and how you are. And I'd like to break this down because I don't like to talk above people. I don't like to use all the big words I know, and I know a lot just like you know a lot. But what's the game? If I'm painting a picture, let's make it clear. With words we both can ostracize, can denounce, or can rectify and pronounce. Let's just simply say this. Think of our structures here in this universe as being downtown New York. And that you're going to now talk about one skyscraper. And we're going to say that skyscraper is 80 stories high. And then I want you to take this journey with me now. One skyscraper. Well, I guess you got probably, you got 800 skyscrapers here. But one skyscraper. Now, let's walk into that skyscraper. Let's go to the elevator banks. Say that there's 6 of them. And now we're going to go to one bank. We're going to push the button. The door's going to open. We're going to get out. Now, we can go up 100 stories or we can go down to the basement. Each level that elevator stops on, the door is open and you can get out. And on that one level, you may have a theater, you may have a restaurant, you may have a shop, you may have anything you want. But it's all on that what? One level. You get tired of that, you get back in the elevator, you go up to another one. Each level you get out on is a plane of existence. And on that plane of existence, you have many things that you can encounter while you're on it. But then remember, that's just one skyscraper. And you, as little mitochondrias, okay, I'm sorry for calling you that. Me, as a mitochondria, must now look, now think about this to give you an analogy everybody can follow. When that door opens, you are now an ant. How long do you think it would take that ant to go through just one level on that skyscraper? 9 times. And that's what you are, an ant on the plane of existence of the cosmos. It's beyond your belief. And then you have other skyscrapers. Folks, it's incomprehensible. But it's comprehensible because we're using our minds. We're not using our left brain to analyze and to find fault and so on. We're using our right brain to understand and comprehend and expand. And that's what you must do, expand consciousness. And know that if it resonates with you, what I'm saying is probably because it hits a truth zone, because down the way you know it. I had a man about, it was so long ago, it was about 30, 35, 40 years ago. I don't know. Time with me, I've done so many years here. Seemed like a lifetime. It was soil in a garden, it was in a farm. And we were, putting on the plant stuff out. And he had a shovel. And he said, Blair, I said, you're a very interesting young man. I said, you're very inquisitive. I said, I guess I was. I've always asked questions. But then when I asked the question, I wouldn't say much because then I'd have to weigh the answer and then come back with the question. So he said, look at that dirt. So I looked at that dirt. He said, what is it? I said, it's black dirt. I said, no, look closer. He said, it's black dirt. So tell you what, he took a spade and he took several of this soil out of the shovel into the spade. He said, look at it. Now look, he said, no, really, look at what do you see? And then as I looked closer, I said, wow, this thing is moving. And then I looked and I saw monsters. I saw things I didn't even understand were crawling around this thing. There was a world down there and I saw something eating something. Right down there in that soil. Or something had a stalk on his head. There was a whole world of savagery going on right beneath my feet in a shovel full of a spade of dirt. If, big preposition, that can go in a shovel and a spade of dirt, isn't out there in the cosmos? Isn't the Creator beautiful? Isn't the Creator omniscient, omnipotent? Folks, we are so blessed to have a soul and not have lost it. To be able to get into the cosmic consciousness at this time and begin to expand it, to say, what is this really all about? Not Alfie, what is this really all about, Creator? And who am I, why am I, and where am I? Well, who you are now is coming into consciousness, where you came from, as if you have a soul from the Creator, and where you're going to return to, back to the universal Creator. You go there at night when you go to sleep. Pretty soon you'll be going there in the daytime when you have a daydream. Every night you die. Every night you come out of your body and you look forward to it. Every night you live multidimensional existences that you think are dreams, and you're really living other lifetimes and don't even know. Every night you gain your soul and come into higher consciousness. And some of you, of course, in witches' wise, got a devil on my chest, witch on my back, can't move, screaming, and can't go anywhere, and look at the old hermit in the corner over there, and you don't even understand what you're going to. But you're going to go through it more and more until you understand that you are not the body, you are a soul in the body. And to stay alive, you must come out of the body as the body relieves its functions and cleans up its act. Every night you die, and you go everywhere, and you don't even realize where you've been. That's why it used to be when you had a problem, they would tell you what? I'm going to sleep on it. Now you take coffee, stay awake. Sleep on it, because when you came out of your body, you contacted your guardians, you contacted the reason you were being, and they looked at your overview and advised you, and that's what you did. I'm going to sleep on it. Now we don't sleep on it, we just go and act. Or we take a drug and get out of it and act. And that's what you call an enactment of futility. Folks, you're a soul experiencing this. You're not this body. So if you lose it, what does it matter? And what profiteth a man or woman to gain and lose? Ask Jay-Z. Ask somebody else who's wearing skirts now. And waffles. Ask Nicki Minaj. Ask Lady Gaga. Ask Sasha Fierce, who no longer is Sasha Fierce, she just fierce. Why can I say their names? Because they're going to gain the whole world and going to lose their soul. So why do I care about his money? I'm glad you donated something to me, because I'll never sell my damn soul for that money. Never. Yes, I named them because they are now having 2-year-olds doing the twerk. Yep. Men wearing skirts and they're not kilts. When you had Super Bowl, when you had a ritual that was performed before your eyes, and you didn't even know what you saw. Even had down to the black tariff individuals, that means the Dracons, and then the red and the green. They performed a ritual for you. And you were applauding, ooh, isn't that magnificent? They performed a ritual for me. No, I don't cry, but I'm in pain. I have been in pain. You're making me lose my pain. I'm happy. I thank you, brother, you gave me this treatment. I'm feeling it, brother. Thank you. I'm feeling it. Thank you. But I cry over people. I cry over situations. When they killed Gaddafi, I cried. And you, oh God, they got rid of that nasty Gaddafi and now the Taliban and the Taliban and they create anybody. They have a 5,000-man black army out there that's supposed to be anybody they love killing. You hire them, they'll be anybody you want to be, and killed for mass. It is so sick you know what. You can hire them. They'll pose as being anybody you want them to be. Taliban, cauliflower. Greedy, mercenary, killing, vengeful fools. Because they all lost their souls. You hire these people. Half the wars that go on, I studied the wars too. There's not one war that started for the reason you think it was, and we don't even have time for that. Not one war has started for the reason you think it started. Not even Pearl Harbor. Folks, I gotta stop. I guess I gotta stop something.
No.
Gaddafi understood that the Sphinx was built before the pyramid. Gaddafi understood that that area there had a stream that used to run from that out to the Nile.
Right, that's true.
Gaddafi understood that was fresh water. It was a tropical paradise. And then the Great Khans influenced mankind and humanity, and they made a tropical paradise into a living desert hell. What did they do? They took the Eye of Horus and put a black crystal at the top of the pyramid and used it to take the life out of the black soil and change it into a desert. White sand. It's not just a sandy beach. It was melanin in the soil that they extracted life from it, and that's why you have a desert up there. When I was teaching this class, I used to ask my students, on what desert is the Great Pyramid of Egypt built, of Giza built? And they said Sahara. I said, wrong. That's not where it was built. It was built on the Libyan desert. And the Libyan has enroached into the Sahara because all that place is still radioactive. It even reversed the flow of the Nile for the evil that man has done and mankind has done. They used that black crystal, took the life out of that, and it was the people that lived there in what they used to call, I forget the name of that sea, there's Salton Sea or something, and it was the Dogons that fled all the way down to Mali, and lived in those caves, running from the radiation and the hell that was leased up there with the wars that they fought, using a black crystal. Your ancestors and other ancestors that came from places. Those deserts are still radioactive. There's nothing good about a desert. It's radioactivity. But it used to be black soil. And Gaddafi read the metaphysical literature, understood what the ancestors had said, and said, therefore, down there somewhere, there must be water. And so he paid the Chinese, he paid them to build him a satellite. And he found water in the middle of the desert. And then he approached the UN and NATO. I laugh and say, I want to cry about that too. And he said, I want to start a World Bank. But I want it to be part of your European Bank. They said, oh no, you can't do that. He says, well, yes, I can. I want you to do this. We want to do this. No, we want to do it. I said, okay. I'll start my own bank. And those of you in NATO who are buying my oil, you're going to pay me in gold. And I would not accept payment any other term but gold. And if not, I will trade with Russia, and Russia wants to buy my gold, and China will buy my gold. So I don't worry about it. So if you won't let me, I'll start my own banking system. In fact, I think I'll do this anyway. Oh my God. Oh my God, this man said, what? Gold? He's demanding payment in it? And then he contacted, I forget this guy's name, the president of Zaire. And we were going to build solar panels. The solar panels were good for the southern Europeans and the northern Africans because there's sunlight out there. You didn't have to use fossil fuel anyway, and so now you could get rich making solar panels and a new form of energy that was not so destructive and harmful. The first jet to bomb and kill his grandson was a Mirage jet. And the first ones to bomb this compound, this other one, it meant it was the French and Italians because they paid the most money for his oil. So they were happy to destroy the man. They were glad to fly it over and you applauded. I cried. black man stood up, and his own people couldn't understand what he did because he believed in the camouflage of rhetoric. And what 2579 and Channel Fox gives you, instead of going within and finding some real news, and found as you lost a hero. A man who never denied his African heritage. But those who didn't, he worshiped them. I won't even go into that one. Folks, I'm tired. I'm tired of you talking. I think I've dropped enough tidbits in order to elicit some of this from you. And as we take a break and you can start to answer your questions, I want to thank you very much for your donation ahead of time. Thank you much for your attendance.
Now, if you want to go straight to question and answers, or you want to take a break?
Yeah, straight question and answer.
Straight question and answers, and then we finish it off.
Yeah.
You know, he said whatever. He just said whatever.
No, I feed off you.
He gave you the information. So what you?
That's a break. It's dial.
His dial.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has any dial. No, he ain't got no dial. Now, if you have, what you want to do?
Take a break.
Take a break. We're gonna do 15 minutes is good.
Yeah.
You tell me?
15 minutes is good. You're gonna take a break. If you want to come and talk to him, you want to. No. You
Again, Sharika, again, a young lady who was with me when I went to Baltimore, sat through the whole 3-day plenary that we had. She brought her son. They had to travel 400 miles, and he missed the whole part of the first part of the lecture. So I do want to thank her very much. Where is she still here? Where did she is? Where'd she go? Where? She left?
She was here. I know she was here.
Wow. Well.
To miss the last part of the lecture.
Oh man, I mean, you're not traveling that far. Yeah, well, I said because that's really says something, and it's not a fake. I mean, a person does that. They may do it for superstars and rock stars, but they don't do it for me. So all of you who travel and who still come out and hear what I have to say, as way out as it is, it is appreciated. I do thank you very much. Okay, we're going to have questions. When I get tired of it, you get tired of it, we'll stop the questions. But in the meantime, I'm sure I elicited or solicited or in some way intrigued. So if there's a question, make it to the point, please, and brief. If there's a comment, please make it to the point and brief, and we'll go from there. Okay, now I don't know how you're going to read. It's not, we don't have a double mic. I saw his hand first, and then I saw you there. So,
Stand and talk. Stand and
okay.
talk. Just a simple question. How did you start on your quest?
How did I start on my quest? I was born on my quest. I'm serious. I used to sit in a high chair in my kitchen. I guess what it was, I had 1, 2, something like that. And I used to see clouds in the room, and I talked, and I hear faces. I'd hear voices from me. I had conversations with clouds in the room. People in the clouds. And of course, we talked back and forth. I had a ball with me. Where I was, there was a great fast. There was an area that had a mirror, and I could look into the mirror from the kitchen. And sometimes I was in my high chair, so I look into the mirror, and sometimes I wouldn't see a reflection. I see something occurring in the mirror. And so I remember those two things a lot. And of course, I guess I started out way out. But the thing that changed my life, I'm a contactee. I'm not an abductee, I'm a contactee. And that was in 1960, and I've told this story so many times, I even have it on tape. I call it an enlightening encounter. And that was in 1960 through a Polish man by the name of George Adamski. It's a long story short. He wrote 2 books, and I was very enthused by them. Flying Saucers Have Landed and Inside the Spaceship. Well, actually, it was written by a man by the name of Desmond Ledley. But at any rate, based on that one is how I had my contact, because I went to a UFO symposium, and these guys were there. They were black, and they read my mind, predicted the future. What else did they do? Made me lose some time, very little bit though. And then came over my house and performed. with 3 UFOs. So once that happens, since I didn't know any school teaching me to fly UFOs, I didn't know any school teaching me how to control time, I didn't have any schools to teach me how to predict the future, and I didn't have any schools reading minds and so on like that. So after that, school became the secondary thing with me. So it's those things that changed my life. Okay, thank you.
Next.
Yes, bless. You said in one of your DVD you had that DVD called War the Gods? War with the Gods or War with the Gods?
I have so many DVDs, I don't remember.
You said that the Egyptians had fought with the Draconian or the gods or something like that. Can you explain that a little bit better?
The War of the Gods. Is that what it was called? It sounded like somebody renamed my...
Yeah, it sounded like Donovan.
Yeah, it sounded like one of my excerpts that I gave from something else again. See, they take my stuff and put it down and then slice it up and all like that. But the Egyptians, I can only say this, based on what you said, there was a battle that was fought, let's say, in Egypt. And it was with the Athens and the Titans. And they lived on a place called Pond, which later became Lemuria, which later became California. Okay, that's another whole story. And they had a big battle. They had a battle on the moon. I have another picture out there. It's not mine, but it's one that I utilize. They have a picture, and you've probably seen a sister on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it got black droid heads, negroid-looking droid heads up on the moon. The moon is a spaceship. It was a big battle fought by the Olmecs to save the Earth from the moon. It's just like Darth Vader and stuff. So that's another whole story. That's a lecture within its own self. But nothing we're taught here is real, because everything we're taught is camouflage. The truth is worse, better than any fiction. What really happened here is beyond belief. And it's still going on. As I say, you're going to see a lot of ships leaving toward the end of this year. You're going to see a lot of ships leaving toward April and May of next year. And that's when folks are really going to lose it. So I would say your plans for the future may or may not be what you think. But hopefully they'll include your saving of your soul and finding consciousness. Yes.
What can we do as far as what can we do to better ourselves as far as consciously astral traveling? To not only get in contact with our spiritual guides, but to also to travel and to consciously travel, because what ways can we...
Well, you know, as I say, usually I get a workshop, and this time nobody invited me to a workshop, and I guess they said they had enough of Blair. But usually I do a workshop, and one of the workshops I do is the sound of silence. I mean, we could meet here tomorrow if we could, and go everybody in here. It teaches you how to go within and travel. And I teach it. And I teach it. That's it right there. I have another on energy fields and how to utilize them. I make a person weak or strong without touching them, by just working with energy fields. There's so many workshops, but that sound of silence would be what you could use. But I got to know, because I got to stay somewhere, and they have to come together to meet it. If you're interested in that, I'm already here. What I don't like to do is to travel. Once I'm here, I make the most of it that I can. Traveling back and forth is never going to do.
I have a place booked, but if I don't get over 10 or 15, 20 people to do it, then I could just cancel the place. But I have a place booked of those who want to do the meditation with it. Who wants to do the meditation? Raise your hand. Tomorrow, from 6 to 10 or 6 to 11. Tomorrow, because he still got to travel. That's tomorrow.
It's in Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn. It's in Brooklyn. That's either uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete. See, I need at least 10 or more. Now, how much you charging, sir? How much you charging? 40 again?
Usually it's 40.
Usually it's 40, 45 last night. Like somebody usually. But he's only charging me $10 for the church, the same church we was at, Dr. Ignatius Church across from Mega Evans, the Coral Hall. Yeah, across from Mega Evans. So, How many people want to do it?
But here's the question.
Question.
Because there's so many different workshops, how do you know which one you want?
No, he's going to tell you what workshop and which one.
Well, I was going to say that he was asking about the sound of silence is the one that teaches you how to go within. And I kind of tell you how to go about it, and I don't want to give the whole thing away. But it's usually, I haven't had anybody that didn't enjoy it and didn't open up some new consciousness for them, a new way of going within.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's good. I had to do that when I was poised and every other thing. Yes.
I have a question. I see on TV all these abductions of aliens. And to me, it's kind of strange. The aliens don't abduct, take nobody except white folks. You know? I'm wondering.
Let me say something that's going to be. Let me say something that's going to be very. Folks, if I may, please, I'm sorry. I know you're making sales, and I appreciate that. And if you're also talking about getting that workshop together, I appreciate that too. There are. Let me get this figure straight. There are at least two. Let me get this figure straight now. At least 800 women, 2 million black men either in jail or in prison in this country. 2 million. They're either in hospitals or actually in jail. There are at least 250,000 black people that disappear from this planet every year. Now those things sound interesting. You have people from this planet fighting on other planets for other races. See, this thing gets deep. You must understand. This is not what it seems. This is why now there are more women than men on this planet, and more black women than black men, because they want it this way. So that's why when they told me, it was so easy to say that flight, Malaysian flight, was abducted. No, they hide the real abductions. They publicize this one as a distraction because they want to ransom these people and so on and so forth. This place is sick. This place is sick. You heard those figures. First, we didn't even say it. Yeah. Even the reason for, I have a whole reason and tell you why homosexuality is there. Why we're getting cougars, why we're getting all these things that are happening. There's a definite reason for it. And it's alien included. I can go into that. It's another whole subject matter we could talk about. Because once you get into metaphysics, the keys for the kingdom and understanding are all right there. Now you understand why they do these things. And of course, there's human, man, and mankind. 3 different things. If you remember, it was John Glenn and all that said, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. You didn't even understand what he was saying. See? So many things, unless you get into metaphysics, nothing makes sense. You have to study metaphysics to make comprehension of anything that goes on. Because everything is around this battle for this planet. The souls versus the soulless, aliens versus extraterrestrials, and what your whole consciousness is about.
If you wanted to really wanted to get into metaphysics, where would we go to do that? Where would we start? If I was a beginner and I wanted to get into metaphysics, where would I go? Where would I start? What do you suggest?
Well, I started for 30 years and then I retired. When I began to just doing it again. People have talked about starting some online classes there. In fact, they talk to me more and more. Right now, I want to get my physical body like I want it before I started giving up with my mind and brain. But I have many, many, many tapes. And they are lessons within themselves. You know? I even have cassette tapes that they can't steal because I've never put them on CD. Okay. So again, I have magic. Well, it's just so many tapes I have. So I would say you're the third person to mention that. So it must be things come in threes. So I'm thinking that maybe it is time to go back online, so I can stay in one spot. Just go on Skype a thing or do a webinar and do it like that. So I would say, but in the meantime, as I say, most of my tapes will cover you pretty. That's a classroom visit itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw a hand over here before it was okay. Yes, thank you.
My question is,
Could you talk a little bit louder, please?
is a soul person and a soulless person two different species?
Is a what and a what?
A soul person and soulless
Yes, person.
Is that two distinct, separate species?
You could call it species.
And can a soul person, a person with a soul, mutate to become a soulless person?
Oh, yeah, you can lose your soul. Oh, yeah, you got some people trying to do that I just got to mention people who are about the business of God doing that right now. And you worship Him right now. You won't live.
So are they different species?
Yeah. Well, it's not species per se. Species is more selective in its consciousness. It is an individual who has a soul, and whatever they do makes them lose their soul. When you get so far away from the soul creator, from the soul consciousness, from the solar, I like to call it universal prime creator is what I refer to the first cause as. And the soul is part of that collective soul consciousness, the one main consciousness of the universe, the universal prime creator. And you go so far away by doing so much wrong against the consciousness that created you that you lose the soul that the consciousness lent you. And that's how you can lose your soul. You just become so out, so evil, so far away that you no longer have that beautiful content. Thank you again, my brother. You no longer have it. I saw up there. Yeah, I saw you there. I'll be back with you. Speak louder, please.
The question that pertains to Willie Myers. You talked about Palladians. I wanted to ask you, because there's a lot of research that talks about the influence of, a lot of research that talks about the story of Willie Myers, as well as his connectivity to the Palladians, and also the connectivity of the Palladians to the Draconians or the reptilians. So I wanted to ask you, based on your own research, do you know of any stories or any kind of stories, like historical context that actually see them together? Because we have teachers such as like Credo Mouvoir, who talks about reptilian agenda, how they came here to coincide with what you said a couple of years ago, a couple of million years ago, so on and so forth. And is it possible that the Palladians are working with reptilians or Draconians to keep people who are participating in the third dimensional realm at like a low level?
Well, the Pleiadians, as they said, somebody said they chose to be called. They talk about the Pleiades, and so that's what I used to call them. I think it was Mitchell, Barbara Mitchell, or some woman stated that they wanted to be called Pleiadians or something like that. They're not too far removed from us, from people on Earth here. They're not that advanced. They're advanced based on some of their science, but like I say, they still just got a time machine, and most of the other people in what they call the Galactic Confederation already have that. So they could very well be partly connected with it. As they told the Billy Meyer, they weren't. And in fact, I'll say this: the government, they shot him, and then they tried to do a lot of things to him. They actually saved his life. So I would think that if they did this, that the government would not be trying to do him in if they are working for the government and already contacted him. So I would merely say again, they're advanced, but they're not as advanced as some of the races out in space, and they're literally the races out there in space. Thank you.
One question. A lot of these stories that we hear about sinkholes swallowing up like several people at a time, 100. Do you think these are natural things or man-made?
They're both.
Disasters.
They're both, because the earth is sinkholes, earthquakes. In the air, you've got tornadoes, you've got hurricanes, you've got EF2s and EF4s, things. In the water, you've got rains that are just everywhere. You've got floods every day everywhere. They even sandbagged the Thames over there. They didn't even tell you about sandbagging the Thames, okay? In the fire, God, whatever you add in the fire, rains of fire, you got droughts out there, things going on again. And what every element now is being disturbed. Every element is changing its frequencies. There's something's going on. What's going on? There's a big planetary change. Our planet is going from kindergarten to grad school. Right. And so you're going to get all these elements that have to change. And as the elements change, so do the elements that we make up in our minds, they have to change too. Okay, you're more than welcome. Yes, all the way to the back there. To the side, but yes, yes.
Always the same, sir. How do you alleviate or get over your past karma and past mistakes?
I'm sorry, I hear there's a murmur and I want people to make themselves talk as loudly as you can. Scream at me from outside the street.
How do you alleviate your past karma or past mistakes in order to make new things happen in your life?
How do you eliminate and alleviate? Eliminate or alleviate? I like the word you said, alleviate. Let's talk to alleviate rather than eliminate. Alleviate it by facing it, and within your soul you already know what you've done. We hide it from ourselves. If you start meditating, most of the time, if you spend 3 nights, and we have a gold powder that we sell which helps you in doing psychic things, but when you go to sleep at night, you come out of your body. You got a chance there to contact. You'd be surprised. You got guardians out there too. But we go to sleep, we don't even know we went to sleep. We just go to sleep. That's like taking a Rolls Royce, park in the worst city that you can, the worst time, 2 o'clock in the morning, leave your alarm on and your keys in ignition. You leave yourself wide open. But if you go there with a thought in your mind, you will get that thought answered, and you'll get the contacts. They're just waiting for you to ask. We just don't utilize our sleep time because we don't understand what sleep is. So yes, when you're out there, you can find out everything you want to find out again. And alleviation of karma means relieving of debt. You're here either because you're a debtor or a creditor. Creditors, you want to help with the ascension. Debtors, you want to collect on what you did to get it right because you know you're in trouble. So whichever way you go, you have that opportunity through life, because there is no such thing as death, through life to do so. You're a soul in a body, but you forgot. As a soul, you have done many. You can do more things out of your body once you understand it than you can by in your body. But we just don't know how. So that's training. But I say, anytime you want to have a real question, go within. Sleep on it and expect an answer. By the 3rd time, you'll get it. Sometimes a book drops off the shelf to a page. More than that, you just happen to pass a conversation that you heard. You just happen to hear a TV show that's going off and tells you something. You just happen to have these things. Once you believe in circumstantial happenings, understand you're now getting in there. There's no such thing as chance, luck, or accident. You make it or you don't make it based on what you do. Oh God, let me grab it. Okay.
I kind of wanted to go back to what the sister was talking. I want to get a little clarity because I'm not understanding between, you said the soul and the soulless. Now, I understood when you explained it. So what I'm picking up is the soulless. Are they the ones that sold their soul for, whatever entity, the negative, or is it, I'm kind of lost?
Yes, in many cases they got so far away from the universal prime creators causations and thoughts and stuff that they just thought. Like you got a main highway. Okay? Back if you get into astrology, because I don't even want to touch that. You've got a main highway. If you stay on that course through the town, you pass by and see the things happening in the town, but you know where you're headed to. But you make one pit stop to pee, to get gas. You take it out. Then you try to back up, you can't. So you take another highway. Next thing, you've lost the highway, you're on the back roads, by roads, and there you go. It's just the way you begin to lose sight of what your objective was. And any course you take, as I say, people into astrology, I tell you one thing and we could spend all night long. You cannot chart a free soul. And that's going against everybody that's in astrology and numerology and the whole bit. You cannot chart a free soul. And this is the whole point. But the soul being free, as long as it doesn't deviate too much from its natural principles, you can still do it and come back. But once you start harming others and killing and creating karma for others taking life, you can't get back. Every time you take a life, you're now responsible for the life you took. People think you kill people and get away with it. If they don't, that's why they're haunted. Now you got to come back to stop that person's life where they were getting the strength. You got to take on that karma. We don't even remember that. You do not kill if you cannot produce the kill that you make. and you pay for it. And you come back over and over and over again. If they understood, there'd be less killings. Because now you're responsible for a soul. Now you got to take on yours and that soul that you retarded. And they'll come and haunt you in your next generation. Because now you can't get away from that soul that you made souls. I know that's heavier stuff, but it's my understanding. So I'll hand it back again. Okay. All right, back there and then, yes. If you can, please stand. Yes, don't look around. You here.
All right, I do have a question. My question, you emphasize a lot about thought. There's a science called Una, which is like in Hawaii. Have you heard of that before?
Yes.
And my question is any other sciences or anything pertaining, like other sciences pertaining to thinking? Because I realize thinking is like the key way, to survive on this planet. Anything, other sciences other than Una? You can emphasize it. That's one question. The next question is...
Well, let's go one at a time. Right. Two questions, okay? Kahuna, Una, it used to be the land there of these people that had, what was it called? They used to have, in Hawaii, they had these... Oh, God, these people that were afflicted with something, they used to go there. They used to have this leprosy type thing going there again. Many of them were healed and by the big kahunas and the hunas. The Huna code in religion is where the basis of spirituality comes from. And Hawaii, by the way, is part of that ancient Lemuria. See? That's why it still has those active caves. And they have caves underneath there too. That water has a big area that you can actually go down into and go into the inner earth beneath Hawaii. And that's why they still have active volcanoes there again. The Huna code is one that is being taught, and it simply means that there's another way and another religion outside of just that one and two. But yes, I do honor the kahunas and like that. But yeah, the second.
The second one is in regards to deja vu. Is deja vu like a way of communication from the universe to speak to you? Like when you see something, and it's obvious that you see something, it's like the universe talking to you? Based on different stuff.
Deja vu is you've been there before. Every night you go someplace else different. And every night you recall where you've been. And until you direct your thoughts, the soul just does that. Now, when you go to sleep with a certain thing in mind and control your thoughts and control your dreams, that's different. Other than that, the mind is free to wander through the soul goes in multidimensional existences. You do more things in your sleep and out of the body than you do in your body. But controlled thought means you go out of your body knowingly so for a purpose to get answers or to affect things or to get it straight. People do astral travel. One of the things that's very interesting, people remember when they come back into the body, but they forget when they leave it. They have this RE, rapid eye movement, all that kind of foolishness. If you start taking the gold and you meditate that you want to come out of your body to get certain things answered, you want no foolishness, you want your guardians and those that really can help you to be there, automatically you're setting parameters on who you want to contact you. But once you come out of the body, the best way I can explain it is like this. It's as though you have a casket, and you're sleeping in a bed. But right at your rooftop is a pyramid. But this pyramid is it's like that you're at the bottom of the ocean. But you've got a room set out that you can dig out at the bottom of the ocean. Bottom of the ocean, you got crabs and shellfish and things like that. But then there is like a pyramid that comes. And then you get the fish that come in a little bit larger. Then pretty soon you even get flying fish and sailfish. The sailfish now can go out and you can wander. But when you come back in from the air, you start going back to these various levels. And just before you have to dig in the sand and get back into your room, you wake up. So now you wake up on the lowest plane possible. The old hag is there. Spiral people are there. Everything is there. And then you wake up and you want to scream, but you can't move and you can't scream. Because you didn't quite seep back in. You woke up at the bottom of the last dimension you can. Then you panic. And the more you panic, the less you can get in. And now they start to come for you. Because that's where all the low gods are. All you simply do is, I woke up too soon. As soon as you think about the body, get back in it. So it's just a matter of understanding. That's why people are going through bad experiences. And drugs will take you there in a minute. Because drugs will take you to places you didn't earn immediately. So if you're there, you don't even earn it, how you going to get away? They just take you over. You're a fool. Take you over and use you up. That's why it's not good to take these drugs. And all prescription pharmaceuticals, 6,000 in Merck's Index, about 7,000 in the United States dispensary of pharmaceutical medicine. None of them can you take. And the blacker you are and darker you are, the less you can react, you're going to react to them. They will drive you out of your mind. So there's your answer. Thank you. All the way to the back, yes, thank you.
How can you find out what star system you came from?
I don't really know, but you can ask.
Okay.
Now, what did I just tell you? Any question that you really have that is really criteria to your understanding who you are, where you are, and what you are, every night you have a chance to ask it. You have guardians just waiting. Some people have not contacted them so long, they go to sleep and they say, oh, they gotta call me right. He's going to sleep. We go to everybody and every daddy but who we should, our own selves. Ask questions of why you are. Believe that you are a part of it. If you have a soul, there's always creators waiting for you. And the universal creator always implies them to do so. They get brownie points for helping you. But you never ask. We go to psychiatrists. The fact is that, you know, I showed this movie, Psychiatry, the Industry of Death. If you saw that movie, you stay away from psychiatrists. And if you're a psychologist or psychiatrist, very sorry, watch the movie. Oh man, yeah, these people pseudo this and pseudo that. That's the worst person to worry. Plus they give you drugs so that you find out who you are. You need to be taking drugs to find out where they were. And they're the dispenser of drugs too. You got more drugs being dispensed by psychiatrists than any other around. There's very dangerous people to go to at this time too. I'll say that much. Now I discipline the psychiatrist. Okay, so okay, is there any other? Wow. That's the second. Is that the same person who asked a question before in the back of her hand? No, okay, sister, no. Yes, please, go ahead.
I do have a couple of questions. One is, what are your thoughts on these specific groups? The Bridge to Freedom, Theosophical Society, and the I Am Movement.
Wait a minute now. The who again now? The I Am, do it again slowly.
The Bridge to Freedom.
The Bridge to Freedom.
The I Am Movement.
The I Am Movement.
And the Theosophical Society.
And the Theosophical Society. I don't know what the Bridge to Freedom is. Okay. So you'd have to tell me about the Bridge to Freedom.
A spin-off of the I Am Movement.
Okay. The I Am Movement I've just heard enough about not to be able to speak about because I don't know enough about it. Okay. And the last one, this is really strike out. What's the last one? The Theosophical Society? Yeah, I have been a member of the Theosophical Society at one time. Let's just say this. They were they can be, you know, they got a couple of people who got kind of rough in there. Picture you see in most of these occult bookstores. I think that the Theosophical Society has been a very decent and wonderful place to go. Many of the books they have in their libraries alone are worth the wait. I'll say now there have been some side roads that, for me, I wish they hadn't taken. Okay. Not about nasty, and of course all the rest of them, you know, connected with it. Yeah, all right, yeah.
I'm curious about the beginnings of the earth.
What I think about the beginnings of the earth?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lecture within itself. And I do have it on, I have three things called, three tapes I have. I have three tapes on the beginning of the earth there. And it's such a long story. But I tell you, the adventures of Superman has a lot to do with it. Because the person they call Superman became Seth, the first man on earth turned black. And that gets to another thing. And Krypton is another thing too, from another planet where these people emanated from. That's just too deep for me to get into.
Okay, last question from me. What are your thoughts on this whole, I don't know if these are myths, mythical figures, Buddha, Krishna, and Jesus.
Now what do I say about those?
Yeah.
Buddha, Krishna, and Jesus. I kind of went through something that at the beginning. I even named about 13 various religions. All of them have black gods except Christianity. And that's all I can tell you. You know, when the United States, you know, I tell you, no war has ever started that I've read about him. It started with the truth. War itself was a lie. But over in Vietnam, you know, it was the Turner Joy and the Maddox, these two cruisers under steam in the Bay of Haiphong, okay? They stated that a North Vietnamese torpedo boat came into this harbor and attacked 2 U.S. cruisers under steam. That's like saying somebody gets a motorbike and attacks 2 tanks coming down the street fully armed. It's suicide. But they had a pamphlet out that said they might as well have been shooting at whales out there. The gunner on the Turner Joy contacted the gunner on the Maddox and said, shoot. He said, hey man, I'm busy watching TV. He said, shoot, fire. He said, are you joking, man? He said, no, the captain said fire. What? Captain fired what? He says, I don't know. But unless you want to get disciplined and get break time, you shoot. So they start shooting. They don't know what they were shooting at, but supposedly they were shooting at a North Vietnamese torpedo boat. And like I said, that would have been suicide. That's just like on a motorbike attacking the tank, fully armed. But off of that, they started the Vietnamese War. The French had already told you at Dien Bien Phu, you do not fight the Vietnamese on their land, you're going to lose. Because they understand the inner world and the underworld. They have caves and tunnels. West Point, everybody knows. You take the high ground, send out feelers around, and then when you make contact with the enemy, you fire. You take the high ground in Vietnam, they got a tunnel coming up underneath, wipe out your command post, isolate your platoons, and then you're going from there. You just don't fight those people that way. Now, one of the real reasons of going to Vietnam was to get into Laos and Cambodia. You hear about that, didn't you? Why did they want to go to Laos and Cambodia? Because there they had the black gods. They wanted to take the treasures that they gave to the black gods when they worshipped them and to erase them so people wouldn't understand that you had Negroid-looking gods that these people worship. That's why they knocked the fool, knocked the teeth out of the black guy and say you're a fool and kill the white guy. Because they said, we used to worship you, but nobody worships what you are now. You see, this has gone on for so long. Angkor, Thor, they have whole caves over there that are carved out looking like a big, flat, lipped Negroid man. And you walk into those caves. Who carved those caves? Why is it tundra? And so that means they're hoary with age. So this is what, again, they want you to not understand. Who you are, where you came from, and what you're doing. I had to go in that little dissertation. Sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Dr. Blair, with the high murder rate of young black men, especially in the areas of neck of the woods, Chicago, is that orders being filled for organs or for experimental radios?
Yeah, that's crazy. In Chicago, you have a lot of gangs. You have a lot of unemployment. And like I say, you got black men, you got 2 million black men in jail. Incredible to know this again. 17 to 32, prime time. Either in jail or in hospital just like jail. Okay? In Chicago, the men have no way of making money. So the only way they make money is through the sale of drugs and dope. So they have dope battles and drug battles. And this is what happens. And you have sometimes people taking advantage of the gang wars who are not members of gangs coming into the black community just to kill some blacks. You hear that, did you? Yes. Not all those are gang-related killings. They're just people taking advantage of gang members who are taking advantage of trying to make some money. I had a black gang. I used to work very close with the Black Patrolmen's Association there in the United States, in Chicago. And one of the things that's interesting, I used to, in fact, I alone broke up the East Side Disciples there.